it's done now.
Um, yeah, actually, hold on one second. Let me create a banner. So this is going to be www. Hold on. We're going to be talking about the Hindu Noahide because you just interviewed a Hindu, right?
Yes, yesterday.
And how did that go?
I thought it went very well because he agreed with secular Quranism, and it was
He's a Hindu convert, though, right? He's not Indian.
no, he's Indian. You didn't listen to all of it. You didn't
Wait,
even read the timestamps.
his accent sounded European, and he had like some white folkish pagan god as his. He
Well,
didn't sound Indian. He sounded European.
well, he was born in the UK, or at least went to school in the UK, which is why he has I think, Brummie accent. No, or a Scouse accent. I'm certainly not sure now what kind of accent it was. But um, well, I mean, he was talking about going to school in the UK and having to go to all the Christian services because that was the only choice, the only kind of religious education he was getting, and having a good understanding of Christianity. But he did say he went to India and was horrified to see naked women selling soft drinks.
What do you mean naked women selling soft drinks?
Well, sexy women selling soft drinks, and how Bollywood has become so what's the word, provocative. But I remember years ago talking to somebody in Malaysia who liked Bollywood, who said, it's really very provocative. So,
Okay.
he's saying that it's all been sexualized. Everybody is using sex to sell their product, cars, drinks, whatever. That is what I understood him to be saying.
Yeah, well, they've adopted a lot of Westernism in India, and it's a big problem because half the population doesn't want it, and then the other half of the population does. The big problem is that the Hindu men did not treat the women very well, and so a lot of the women are now feminists and leftists, and they don't want anything to do with Hinduism, and they hate Hinduism. The thing is that they're stupid because they side with Islam, thinking that like enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like, I want to get one up on Hinduism, so let me side with the Muslims, which is just dumb because it makes them look bad. Like, okay, you're talking about feminism and how bad Hindu men were to you, but you're going to go side with Islam. That doesn't really make you look like you're have a very cogent.
Well, I mean, it's all about getting rights for yourself. In fact, it was only yesterday when I listened to Rabbi Mizrahi's live stream last night that I realised that actually Islam gives women more rights than Judaism, because there's already a chapter in the Quran about divorce, so married couples have the right to divorce, and Muslims are known for saying what the wife earns is her own, and but Rabbi Mizrahi was saying yesterday that Jewish wives have to give their income to their husband. So, I know which religion I would want if I was agnostic and had to choose a religion. It wouldn't be Judaism, giving all my income to my husband. But in practice, I imagine that there'd be a lot of pressure to, I guess the Muslim wife, if a couple were to fall on hard times, the Muslim wife would be, kind of expected to contribute to household expenses and things. I don't know why.
Hello.
Yes, I'm still
Hi,
here.
I got thrown out.
Right. And so I think, in the end, you can, whether you have a right to your spouse's income or not, you can get them to contribute, when you fall on hard times. But the absolute right of the husband, if the couple is Jewish, over the wife's income was stated by Rabbi Mizrahi yesterday, which means that Islam gives women a better deal.
Well, okay, but I mean, Islam still doesn't give you a good deal, and I just don't think that the left. Obviously, no. I remember back before it was big that the left was in bed with Islam. I forget who it was, but I remember I was in a bookstore. I was in Barnes and Nobles in New York, and there was a book, and it was written by a leftist, and he was warning the left to not get in bed with Islam. This was before it was big. This was early. Right after, I guess it was right after 9/11, because that's when the left started really melding with Islam. But he told them not to get involved in it, that it would be their doom, and he's right. And you lose credibility if you're a feminist and you go and you side with Islam. You lose credibility. Nobody's going to want to listen to you.
Well, it's all about, what options there are, and I started to poll about, which island you're going to live on: Jew island, Christian island, Muslim island, and the idea is that if you're forced to choose, you're going to choose the regime with the fewest restrictions, and I'm going to say it's Islam. Right, it gives you the most rights as a woman. It will give you more rights because Christians used to practice, I forget the name now, but anyway, the idea was that, husbands were responsible for wives' debts. And I'm trying to remember the legal term for it, until, because when I was doing law, there were all these, cases about, the husband saying, no, I'm not paying for the curtains. I didn't order them when my wife did. And then the curtain maker would be saying, but she has a right to make contracts in your name and you're responsible for her debt, so pay up. So there have been cases like that. But traditionally, Islam has been quite liberal, because there's the story about Muhammad meeting his wife, who was a merchant, and she trusted him with all the transactions, and then eventually they married and had children. But already in Muhammadan times, women were able to transact business, their own businesses on their own account. So, Islam had always had that tradition of women being allowed to do that. And of course, over the centuries, men would try and undermine that, and but it's always a battle to fight for the interpretation, that would suit you. But that's what legal action is all about.
Yeah, but still, Claire, if you're a liberal feminist, you should be able to come up with something better for yourself than Islam. And the fact that these girls can't do it, it's pretty sad. The fact that, they're not able to create anything of their own, and, they're just going to go, accept Islam, that's pretty lame.
Well, they've tried a lot of feminism for quite a while. For the last 50 years, arguably, and I think women who want to have legitimate children are finding it hard to find any man prepared to marry them, and some of them might be prepared to consider something more legalistic and perceived to be fairer by men. Otherwise they won't enter into that contract. That's the thing. Men will say, well, we don't need to marry women to have sex, and that's all we want from them. Who wants to pay for the kids? Who wants to be stuck with one nagging wife? We'd rather not, and we can, we don't have to commit, because we can keep, the attractive, wealthy, affluent ones can, keep, calling women up, to, spend time with them without having ever to commit.
Hold on, there's this troll.
Coverture was a word I was looking for.
There's this troll in the back. It's this Pebble Muncher. I'm going to let him on for a second before I throw him off, because he's just going to start yawning and, saying that we're boring, and I don't even know why he's here. Hello, Pebble Muncher.
Oh, good evening. Good evening.
It's morning, actually.
Yeah.
Is it morning? Not in
Yes.
Japan.
Or it's afternoon here, so I don't know what time zone you think you're on.
I've come here to apologize.
If you start yawning, I'm just going to throw you off. I mean, if that's all you're going to do.
I just said I've come here to apologize.
Really? And do you have anything to add to the subject of feminists?
Well, feminism is an abomination. But I believe I upset people with my frivolous accusations of autism last time I was here.
Apology accepted. Do you have anything you want to say about what we've just said?
I mean, the whole thing's been pretty autistic. But I would just, as long as we can bury the hatchet and move on, then everything's good. Yes.
Well, do you have anything sensible to say?
Is an apology not sensible?
Well, I've just said it's accepted, so we want to move on to the next thing. Did you have anything sensible to what we've been talking about so far?
I do believe that women deserve to be raped.
Okay, he's still trolling, so well, we can.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if that'll get me. I don't know. Will that get me banned?
No, he just expressed a silly opinion, and we don't agree with it, and we're not platforming him when we got rid of him. So I think, that's I think that's done. I think it's a tone.
I think people have said those types of things on stream, and it's not taken down. Right? I don't want the stream taken down.
Well, on the subject of rape, I mean, I'm certainly reminded of John Bans, and I still remember the time when he was, would it be, possible to have a society in which it was legal to rape women, and I had to think about it, and I thought no, because the assumption is that all men would at least want a wife, and they would have a mother that they would not want raped, so they would have to pass a law forbidding rape, because if they were rational and cared about their mothers, or wanted a wife, that they would not want to be raped. So inevitably there would have to be a law against rape, even by men who are contemplating making it illegal to rape women. I mean, the only circumstance it would be legal for men to rape would be if they were an invading army. And most of these losers and degenerates are not thinking of joining the army.
Yes. Well, I just hope that the stream doesn't get taken down for that. But
Okay, I'm going to keep it up, because I think we've said enough about the subject to thoroughly discourage any further ideas of legalizing rape. Because it would actually be theoretically impossible, unless, you are in a situation of an invading army, and, you're just going to rape all the local women, and all the local men are helpless because you are armed and they are not. But once things calm down, you would, still have, assuming you're heterosexual and want a wife and have to have children, you would want to protect your daughters and your wives and your mothers, etc.
Yes, you would think so. I mean, you would think that. But obviously, there's men who don't even think on that level. I don't understand men who have mothers and sisters who, say that they think that. There's someone in the back, Pansy, and I don't even know who this is. This might be Pebble Muncher or whatever. Should I let him on? It's probably a troll.
Okay, we can deal with trolls, and they can be amusing.
Okay then. Hello, Pansy. Oh wait, he disappeared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind dealing with them. I mean, Pebble Muncher, but gave me the opportunity to state the position on rape. And that, it is actually impossible because, once a man, it's like property, isn't it? You might like to steal people's things, but once you have things, you'll fear people stealing it from you. So you would have to agree to a law forbidding stealing.
Yeah,
So
I
even
mean,
if you're the world's worst gangster, you would want a law forbidding others from stealing from you.
well, yes. I mean, and if you think about it, that guy Pebble Muncher who was just on here saying women should be raped, he wouldn't want his daughter to be raped. You know what I mean? No man wants their daughter raped, but every man wants to rape just some random woman in the street. But no man would want it to be his daughter who got raped. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that that they don't really make sense, and that they talk about this. He might have been joking, but I think John Vance was serious when he said, men should have the right to rape women, right? I mean,
I don't think he actually said that. He was kind of wondering, if it would be possible, but only in the circumstance of an invading army.
Well, I know he did say that women should be beaten, at least that.
Well, the Quran kind of says that husbands have a right, but only after going through certain procedures. It's not just sort of you can just lash out at her every time you get irritated. It's like you have to admonish her, and if she doesn't improve, you have to sleep apart from her, and if she doesn't improve, then you can beat her. But it's like a verbal warning, a written warning, and a final warning. It's that kind of idea, which I think is fair enough.
I mean, just the point. I mean, even just joking about it. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. With these men, they're half joking and they're half not joking, and. I think most of them would believe it's okay to rape their wife, and that if she's married to you and she resists you, I think that, and
I have a way of dealing with that because I know that until fairly recently, until the 1990s, the concept of marital rape was not acknowledged. So a wife couldn't sue her husband for rape. Until the case of, I think it was X, or I can't remember, but anyway, it was a well-known case, and I remember reading about it. And the way to regulate the situation is to basically make frequency of sex part of the marriage contract, and to make the agreement of a marriage contract compulsory, because if you don't agree a marriage contract, the marriage is not valid. So, I mean, these are the legal procedures that I suggest, and then in the contract you can say, how many times sex, a week, a month, whatever, it's that kind of idea, and anything that is over the agreed frequency of marital relations is rape. How about that?
I did see on. I was watching Real Housewives of Melbourne in Australia, and one of the women had a prenuptial agreement with her husband that if she stopped having sex with him, that he could divorce her and wouldn't owe her any money or anything like that. So, men could get it in the prenups instead of necessarily the state forcing it. I mean, well, what you could do is you could force everyone to get a prenup. I know you don't want divorce. But a prenup could be used not for no-fault divorce, but for fault divorce, and one of the faults could be that your wife stops having sex with you.
Well, I mean, this reminds me of this conversation I had with this wealthy Muslim man who was actually gay. So he was complaining. Well, he was saying, "Well, I have to marry because my mum says so, and it's my lineage, my and whatever." And so he was complaining that the imam wouldn't agree to draft a marriage contract because he said, I don't want children. And because Imam said, well, the purpose of marriage is for children, and a marriage contracted not to have children, it negates the whole purpose, and I'm not going to do it, and therefore he was complaining. But before that, he was also telling me that, a man in my position, I can divorce my wife, no questions asked, if I give her, a large lump sum payment. So you don't have to say, oh, you were an adulteress, you displeased me by behaving badly, etc. You don't have to do that. It's like, well, I'm a little bored and irritated, and I've got something, better in tow. I'll give you, £100,000 or something, and you can go quietly. And that would be the Muslim kind of no-fault divorce, in that, the wife receives a large lump sum payment to keep her quiet. So that can be managed too.
Well, I mean, we're talking about, this concept of marital rape, and like, does a man have the right to rape
He can
his
have
wife?
the right to have sex with his wife. That's what I'm saying. Like, you just say the couple agrees, once a week or twice or three, whatever the agreed frequency was, and the man exceeds it, and then it becomes rape, right? So it's like, I've already had sex with you, 3 times this week. And you want a 4th time? No, oops, and then it's like, well, it's rape then, because it's not the agreed amount. You exceeded your quota.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think, then men would just put in the quote and say, well, I might not use it every day, but I have the right to 3 times a day if I want to, you know what I mean? Like,
okay, so 3 times a day, and then the rest of the week, I'm free. I don't have to. And I think women get a week off when they're on their period.
I mean, the point is that, this idea of making contracts with women that they have to have sex with you, or either they get divorced or whatever. And what happens? Oh, so you just get a divorce if she doesn't have sex with you the prescribed amount.
Yeah, but that was what the annulment was all about. Originally nobody could get a divorce, not even kings, right? Because the Catholics were so strict about it. So the best thing that they can do was to pretend that the marriage was not valid, and so they're saying, the marriage never happened, and we're just going to go back to the position where it was before, and it's like, you can only get an annulment if you genuinely never had sex with each other. But then the whole system got so corrupted that Henry managed to get an annulment even though he had children. He already had children, and then there arose the question of, well, are his children bastards? And then I think the Anglican position is that it's he's not, they're not bastards, and it's like, but they couldn't give a good reason. They just said, well, if you said they were bastards, we're going to be in such trouble that the king is going to burn us at the stake after accusing us of heresy. So we're just going to go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are all problems, and the idea that you can't get a divorce, and it causes these types of things. And then there is the hypocrisy, and annulments are just divorces under another name. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything in the Bible that says that if the marriage is unconsummated, that you get a divorce, or, whatever. And it's not always...
Or if it produces no children, it's like, well, I only married you to have children. There's something wrong with you. I'm going to try someone else. That could be the reason for an annulment.
Well, I don't think the Bible allowed that either. I didn't think that's allowed in the Bible, just because the woman didn't have a child, that you're allowed to divorce her and dump her. You know what I mean? I think you had to just deal with it. I think it was something you just had to deal with. Like,
but what if you really wanted children and you could only have one wife? I mean, that's why the 4 wives max rule of Islam is so useful. It's like, okay, so I'm really sad I can't have children with you, but I'm going to have take myself a second wife. Could you also make yourself useful around the house and maybe, do a bit of babysitting if you can't, unless you want to divorce me. It's that kind of idea.
Yeah, I mean, this is
I know
absurd.
you think it sounds really strange, but Muslims actually do ask themselves these questions, and first wives, have been known to ask their husband to take another wife to keep them company and help around the house and stuff. I mean, genuinely, I can even name names if I wanted. Yeah. So there's this Muslim YouTuber. Okay, he's quite a Chad. He's white. He converted to Islam, and then he married, and then he said, and then people asking him how married life was, and then he said, in a kind of hushed tone, that my wife is asking me to take another wife. Oh my God! But I got her cat, and hopefully that will stop her for a bit.
Why? Because she doesn't want to have sex with him anymore, so she's asking him to find another wife.
No. She just wanted to have children or company. I don't know exactly. I guess women have maternal instincts, and I don't actually know. But I mean, my memory of that video was him saying, my wife, to my horror, has asked me to take another wife. And I dealt with the situation by buying her a cat.
Well, usually wives want you to get another wife when they don't want to have sex with you anymore, and they just don't want to be bothered with you anymore, and that's usually when wives ask for another wife. If a wife is desperately in love and they're having sex every night, she usually wants it for herself. She's not going to go asking you to get another wife to share you like that, unless she's bisexual, or unless she just likes that. Unless some women do like giving their husband a second wife, and that, I love you so much, I want you to have so much sex, and I want you to be happy, so let me give you a wife. But most women are not like that. Most women are not going to tell their husband to get another wife unless she's sick of him. So she must be sick of him.
Yeah, I mean, apparently he's a regular at Speaker's Corner. I just can't at the moment remember his name. So I don't know. But he's a good-looking guy. I'd have to say that. I mean, he's white and good-looking.
Is his wife white?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it's not. I don't think so. I wish I could remember his name now, but he associates with Hamza's Den or something like that. Yeah, and Hamza is also a regular at Speaker's Corner. But okay, and then I remember Abdul Hakim Murad, who runs a college, a Muslim college in Cambridge, and before he was taken off the BBC for saying things that upset the feminists too much, he was talking about first wives saying, well, I earn the money, I've had my children, I need to go to work. It would be quite useful to have a second wife to look after the children and stuff. And he Tim Winter was saying, or he was talking about this. He didn't actually say he had a solution, or I don't remember how the situation was resolved. But obviously it can't be resolved because in this country, in Britain, you're not allowed to have more than one wife.
Well, that has to change. I mean, the only thing Muslims are good for is getting polygamy installed in the West, and that's about the best that they're good for. I mean,
well, the thing is, most men don't want more than one wife. I'm sure they're very happy to have sex with more than one woman, but to pay for them is something else, and their children, and to keep them happy, it's a complete nightmare. I actually read a book about how things are supposed to be done when you have more than one wife, and it's a nightmare. It's like when you go on holiday, you have to consult them. Do you just choose the one you most want to take on holiday with you, or do you take all of them, or it was just so crazy, or do you draw lots? And when you bring them, you buy them something back from holiday, the value, and it has to be fair and all kinds of shit. It's like a board meeting every time they want to do something. It's terrible.
Well, this is why gay polygamy would work so much better, because it's not like one man and then all his wives. They're all men. So even when, one man is with one of his boyfriends, the other boyfriends can be with each other. It's not.
They're gonna fight like mad. I mean, why do you think there's only one cockerel?
No, they don't. Gay men don't fight. Gay men in polygamous relationships don't fight over each other, because if one is having sex with one, then the other's going to be having sex with each other. It's not like they're deprived. Nobody gets deprived in gay polygamy.
Well, I don't know. I guess I can't call myself an expert on the matter, but, surely they don't all live in one household.
If they did, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be like a man with women, because the women get jealous of each other.
Well, I suppose women don't want to be with gay men, and the gay men would have nothing to offer to offer women.
I know, but gay men have something to offer each other.
Yeah, but then they won't have children.
Well,
and then they'd be terrible parents.
If they're doing surrogate, you ask me, you're like, prove that gays would be better parents. Prove that straights are better parents. I mean, straight people are horrible parents. This is the conservative position that nothing can get better than it is, and you might as well just deal with shit, because it's never going to get better. That's the conservative, position. Do it the way it's always been done, even if people are unhappy, even if people don't want to do it that way. Just force it on people, and and don't try anything new.
I'm trying new things.
Look, I'm saying that this is a brand new way of raising population, and you're just saying, oh, they'll be terrible parents, and then you want data when I say that gay people would be better parents. Then you want data, but when it comes to just proclaiming heterosexuals the best parents, you don't care about data. You just care about conservative talking points, and that's all you need.
Well, I mean, I can point to lots of, people, famous people, accomplished people who say, I owe it all to my wonderful parents, etc., etc. So I can easily provide the data. And also, heterosexual people are just very easily have children compared to gay people.
Wait, hold on, Claire. Hold on. I have to exit and come back in. Hold on.
All right. So I will have a look at the chat. So Jay Walker still doesn't get secular Quranism. It's so sad that he doesn't understand that secular Quranism doesn't require you to change your beliefs.
Hello?
Hi, Vincent. Yes?
Okay, I was having some problem. Just because, and this thing, just because heterosexuals are able to have children doesn't mean that it's a healthy environment for children to be in. I mean, just because you're able to do something doesn't mean that it's the best way of doing things. And it's your side just always wants to just forget that, gays can have children. Now, first of all, they can just get a surrogate, and they could just use a turkey baster. It's not that hard. You act like it's impossible for us to have children. Oh, you can't? Yes, we can have kids.
Yeah, but it's very high maintenance, and your relationships are not stable.
Neither are yours. 50% of your marriages end in divorce, and the other 50% are horrible. And you scream in front of the children, and you fight in front of the children, and it's not good. You act like you've produced some kind of paradise. First of all, let me tell you something. If you did produce a paradise, gay people would never even think about taking over reproduction, because they would just say, obviously the way they're doing it is fine. Obviously the way they're doing it is working. So why should we even try? What do we need to reproduce for? We just have this great life where we don't have children and we can focus on ourselves and and that's it. And but you don't do that. And you produce homosexuals with sickly bodies. I'm very upset with my heterosexual parents for just breeding willy nilly and not really caring about what was coming out of them. Just heterosexuals don't think like that. They don't think, oh, let me produce the most genetically wholesome child I can. They're just like, I want to be married, I want a boyfriend, and I don't care if he's schizophrenic or an alcoholic or has no job or any of these kinds of things. And I'm just going to breed with whomever I want because I have an emotional attachment to them, and that's it. And fuck the kids. I don't care if they come out depressed, alcoholic, retarded. I don't care. They don't care.
Well, that's why marriage should not be undertaken lightly and frivolously. It's in the Book of Common Prayer. So, if children, sorry, if people marry each other without, going through due diligence about each other, then obviously the relationships are not going to work.
Yeah, but due diligence is not going to be very good if both of them just happen to be low class to begin with. A low class woman, no matter, she's going to choose a low class man. Even if it takes her 10 years to choose him, she's not going to choose a very good thing. And women are horrible, make horrible choices when it comes to men because women don't necessarily sit there and think to themselves, gee, what is the most eugenic movement? What is the most eugenic pairing I can get? No, she wants money. She wants status. She wants a man that'll pay attention to her, even if he's unattractive and dumb. Women sometimes purposely get unattractive and stupid men because they don't want, a man who's attractive and handsome and intelligent and really has everything going for him. It's harder for her to keep him. He's able to get any woman he wants and he might sleep around. And lots of women choose men that are not attractive and who are not charismatic because they don't want to compete. A lot of women want to be more attractive than their husband and want to have it together more than their husband so that they have the upper hand in the relationship.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we can only marry people whom we are prepared to marry and also prepared to marry us. And, maybe people who are unrealistic about themselves and what they're entitled to will just end up never marrying. So the problem solves itself.
Yeah, but it happens all the time.
If people are just encouraged to, take the whole thing seriously, like it's the whole purpose of a marriage is that it is eugenic, and the purpose that the state will only support it if it thinks that you're capable of producing, good children. And therefore, insane people, sex offenders, criminals, it's like we don't encourage these people to marry. They can make do with licensed brothels.
No, but there's more to just being, not everything is just being a criminal. I mean, there's different levels. There's intelligence, there's conscientiousness, there's energy levels, there's proneness to alcoholism, there's lots of things that go. It's not just criminals and sex offenders that ruin the gene pool. I mean, just everyday heterosexuals waking up and going to work are ruining the gene pool. In the eugenic times, they would talk about feeble-mindedness. The eugenicists were most concerned about feeble-minded because feeble-minded people were people who could blend into society. They were not very smart, they were not very bright, but they were able to get a job, some low-end job, and they were able to have a house, and they were able to go out, and nobody would necessarily consider them to be retarded or bad or anything like that, and they looked normal and more or less they behaved normal, but they had substandard intelligence, and the eugenicists said this is the worst threat. It's worse to be feeble-minded and to give off the appearance of being normal than it is to just be some degenerate criminal, because then everyone can just mark you.
Well, I mean, you notice if somebody was a bit stupid, right?
Well, there's a bit stupid, but not so stupid that nobody will marry you. I mean, men marry stupid women all the time. They actually like stupid women. They don't want a smart woman.
Okay, so stupid women are, desirable. I mean, I guess that's why bimbos, which was a term used, for attractive women who are dumb, being the girlfriends of rich men.
Yeah, well, that's really a bad way to select your gene pool is to go for bimbos. And yeah, a lot of men do want bimbos because they don't want to deal with a woman who's smarter than them and a woman who wants a career and she wants to go out and they don't want that. They want some hoe that stays at home and who can barely cook. I mean, maybe she can cook, but maybe it's difficult for her because she's so dumb.
Well, I mean, there could be things that they can learn, like, oh, well, a man would expect a woman to be a good cook and, and a range of things. So what would be the problem with that? You just reinforce the gender roles again.
No, I know, but this selection, heterosexuals don't really have any incentive for eugenics. They don't have any incentive to, a straight man doesn't have any incentive to say, okay, a straight man wants a wife that he likes. He's not going to go, a straight man is not going to go find a woman who's beautiful, attractive, and successful and say, well, I want you because I want to breed the best children. No, he goes for a woman he personally wants for himself first. That, the child is secondary. The child is secondary. What's primary is the man's attraction to the woman.
Okay, but that means that for a man, obviously he's expected to pay for a lot of stuff, and if he doesn't even love the woman, it would be a nightmare. Imagine having to, pay for all her stuff and the children and live with her and not even liking her.
Well, I know that's why I'm saying that gay men, our procreation is much better because we don't have any emotional attachment to the woman, and we're not choosing the woman because we want to have sex with her or because she's a bimbo or things like that. We're choosing her because we want the best child. I mean, when a gay man chooses a woman, it's not to please himself. It's to make sure that the child comes out with the best genetic quality.
So until gay men can have a child that has both their chromosomes, right? That's the whole idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because a gay man could say, okay, well, that child, my sperm, and then your turn next time, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't quite work because the father will think, oh, that's my kid. Oh, I don't like my partner's kid. I'm going to discriminate against my partner's kid because I love my kid more.
No, I mean the idea that there's this idea in heterosexuals that the natural born parent is always best, and that's why in America children go back to in America, it is preferred, even in an abusive household, it is preferred that the children stay with the natural parent and not go to a foster home because they believe it's always best, no matter what. Even if you are being abused, it's still better to be with the natural born parent than it is to be with someone who isn't your real parent. And that's not necessarily true. And I think that gay men are a little bit more open and compassionate, especially than women when it comes to someone else's child. Heterosexuals are like, oh, ew, I don't want anyone who's not my child. But gay men aren't like that. We're different. I mean, a gay man would be
I think they're suspected of, being more likely to be child sex abusers.
No, I know, but that's because we're 1/3 of the population. Everyone on your side needs gay people to be this minuscule minority so that you can say, oh, they're nobody, and also so you can say, well, look, you're this minuscule minority, but you rape 1/3 of the boys, and you just totally ignore the millions upon millions upon millions of married men who are actually bisexual who rape their sons. And then what percentage of those boys who are raped by men who hid their homosexuality? And then it comes out because they raped a boy, but you forget that there's like 1 trillion gay men in the closet. Our numbers are like astronomical.
Well, the idea is that you are presumed to love your flesh and your blood, and therefore you're not going to rape them. And if you do, then
but they do all the time. Most rapes happen.
I don't. Okay, I'm not informed of this phenomenon.
Of child rape from parents.
Yeah, I don't know that much about that. Okay, I only know what's reported. You know, I don't hear that much about it.
It's very common. I mean, most children are raped by someone that they know, and a lot of times it is the parent. And and this is the other thing about straight people. I mean, you have mass rape in the straight community, and then you come to us and say, look, look, look. I mean, this is what straight people do. You rape. Supposedly, we're raping more, but I mean, this is like someone who's raped 10 kids going to someone who raped 15 kids and saying, "Well, I'm so much better than you."
Well, I mean, the biblical view of sodomites is that they should be executed. So, I mean, the idea is that you're not going to be letting some sex offender babysit your kid. That is the rule. That was the rule.
We're not sex offenders, and heterosexuals are sex offenders all the time.
Okay, so you can say, well, anybody who had sex before marriage is a sex offender. I mean, that is basically what I'm kind of doing, except that I'm not going to convict anyone of being a sex offender unless they the evidence is conclusive, i.e. the birth of the bastard. So I'm giving people a bit of room for manoeuvre. So even if they are sinners, if they are discreet, they can hide their sins and keep out of trouble, which means no proselytizing, no saying, me and my boyfriend the other day, we, whatever. So you just have to be discreet. And this is, the only way of keeping a lid on things. And you can't accuse me of being horrible to gay people because I'm going to be I have a few things to say about unmarried parents and the corporal punishment they are going to receive for any illegitimate offspring they have.
Look.
And the whole thing is to actually stop people who should not be parents from being parents. So if you can't get anybody to marry you, then you can't have sex or children.
Look.
You might be able to get away with having sex discreetly, but the moment children are produced and you have no marriage license, then you're a sex offender.
Look, when I read the Pink Swastika, they made a very cogent point, and they said that heterosexual men care more about their nuclear family than they care about the large society, whereas gay men care more about the large society than they care about their nuclear family. And because of this, because heterosexuals
I don't
care
believe it, though. I mean, they might say they care, but, how do they show it? Can it be objectively measured?
Just because you don't have children, there's heterosexuals that don't have children that care about society.
Well, how can you tell that they do? What is
Because
the
of how they
evidence of
help it.
this?
Because they help it all day, and they do nothing but sacrifice themselves to help people.
Are you including yourself as one of those people who sacrifice themselves all day?
Well, no, but I know there's plenty of heterosexuals with no children who sacrifice themselves.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say that if you're a non-parent you are useful, because actually a lot of bachelors and spinsters, have a lot of energy that they put into their, interest or politics or art or whatever, and that is a good thing. Yeah, I'm certainly not saying that if you don't have children you are useless.
Well, that's what gay men do. They don't have children, and so they contribute to the larger, wider society. But that contribution to larger, wider society, yes, gay men are more likely to accept children who are not their own. Straight people are selfish. They only want to help a child that belongs to them, and they don't care about other people's children.
Well, lots of straight, sterile couples do adopt, so you can't say that you can't accuse them of being completely selfish.
Yes, and adopted children adopted by straight people have a lot more problems than children who aren't adopted because they're treated worse.
I would question this statistic of yours, if you have any.
Adopted children are more likely to be serial killers and drug addicts, even gay. Some people say adopted children.
Okay, I mean, there's obviously something wrong with their parents already. They were both sex offenders. They were, probably, or most probably, a couple who were never married at the time they had sex, and regarded the child, the bastard child, as an unwanted product of their fornication. So there's already something wrong with their kid, with that particular child, even if it was subsequently adopted. I mean, people still can't decide whether, whether it's nature or nurture that creates a person, the individual. I mean, they can't, I guess the only attitude we can take towards it is that it's 50-50 and we can never really know for sure. But the point is, Vincent, your idea is experimental. And you don't have the statistics to say, oh, look, here are all these Nobel Prize winners whose parents are gay. I mean, you just, you don't have this kind of information.
But that's the point of doing something gay, and when it's so shitty the other way, you have to try something. I mean, this is what heterosexuals do. Heterosexuals would have 99% child mortality rates and say, we can't do anything else. This is, I mean, even if it was just beyond horrible, even if it was just absolutely insanely horrible, you would say we can't try anything else because we don't have any data, and we're going to be happy with our 1% child, living rate, and that's it. And that heterosexuals have no standards. Heterosexuals have no bottom basement. Heterosexuals would never get to the point and they would say, look, we can't keep going like this because this system is horrible. There's no lower limit for heterosexuals. Homosexuals, let me tell you, if everything had been in charge from homosexuals, and let's just say that we had, let's just say that nature gave us whatever it was, some kind of womb that it wasn't a woman, and we were in charge, and we had 99% child mortality rates, gay men would say, you know what, this isn't good, we're not doing it right, let's change something, we're wrong, or let's just end the experiment. Like, obviously we can't do this, and, it's obviously not working, and, we're obviously unfit parents, and we cannot continue. Gay men would admit that they're unfit parents. Heterosexuals never admit that they're unfit parents, and there's no such thing amongst heterosexuals as something called an unfit parent, because you only take the child away when it's absolutely the child is going to die in the house, the child is being repeatedly raped and drugged, then you take the child out. But, I mean, you allow horrific abuse of children, and it's just totally accepted because you have no standards for each other. I'm sorry, it's just like dark people. Dark people have no standards for each other. You could be a criminal, you could be this, and it's all the white man's fault. And that's what heterosexuals blame everything on gay people. We're not having kids because of gay people. We're in decline. You stopped having children. Gay men never had children. It was always the heterosexuals who reproduced. And
I think the argument is that, instead of being gay, you could have had a wife and children, but you chose to spend it being gay.
Straight people decided to stop having kids once they got birth control, and they blame us for population decline. You're still the majority. If straight people had 5 kids, it wouldn't matter that a few percentage of men are gay, because most men are not fully gay. Most men are bisexual, and I would think that, most men, look, if this was ancient Greece or ancient Rome, most men who are bisexual would be married, have a woman, have kids, and then sleep with their friends on the side. That's the way.
And their civilization is extinct, so maybe you should, note that instead of wanting to, repeat their folly.
I know, but I don't want to. I'd rather a civilization go extinct than continue in horror. I mean, this is the other thing about straight people. Stay alive as long as you can. Doesn't matter how sick you are. Doesn't matter how much in pain. Live. Take more medicine. Don't die. Don't kill yourself. Like, just keep it going as long as possible in the shit and horror. I mean, heterosexuals like creating shit and horror and forcing people to live in it. That's what you do. I mean, you create sick children, you raise them horribly, and then you don't let them kill themselves. This is like straight modus operandi. It's horrible.
I'm proposing to fix the situation by criminalizing people who have who are unmarried parents.
That's not going to do it. Claire, married parents, nothing stops low-class trash from getting married. They do it every single day of the week.
Okay, well, I'm certainly not going to say that just because you're lower class, you can't get married if you manage to find somebody prepared to marry you. I mean, well, why would you deprive people of,
Because of the
marriage opportunities just because they're lower
because
class?
of the genetic health and genetic quality and racial hygiene of the nation, and heterosexuals don't care about racial hygiene. Okay, they don't. They like, or at least they don't. Even when they say that they do, they really don't, because there's
What
still,
do you mean by racial hygiene?
like making sure that your population is eugenic and not in decline.
Okay,
And
what do you mean by eugenic?
look, choosing women who are not retarded schizophrenic drug addicts. Like, a gay man is not going to go and get his he's not going to go like get it from an obese, drunk, ugly, dumb, trashy woman. He's not going to do that. He's going to look for the best woman he can get, and he's paying her. So this woman, it's not like he's asking her to stay with him for the rest of her life or do any of these things. And he's giving her money and more money than she would get if she had a husband, and she still keeps her all her independence. And so we can get even more high-class women. When it's not okay, we're able to get a woman
What kind of woman would agree to be impregnated by a gay man?
It happens all the time. Claire, stop acting like nobody does this. You act like surrogacy never happened on the face of this planet ever. It happens all the time.
Surrogacy is not the same as being the actual mother of the child, is it?
No, you get it. No, you get an egg from a woman and then you implant it into another woman.
Okay, and then she has a baby, and the baby is born, and she looks after it, right?
It would depend on the couple, but no, I'm saying no. She wouldn't look. She wouldn't look after it. The gay men would take it and raise it themselves, but yeah, would raise it themselves, but she wouldn't really have any part of it. And I think that would be, that is the type of woman you want, someone who is more intellectual and less like, attached and stuff like that. I mean, just because you're an attached mother doesn't mean you're a good mother. You know what I mean? Like, just because you want to keep the baby doesn't mean you're a good mother. I mean, drug addicts want to keep their baby. I mean, when you go into a heterosexual home and you have to take the children out because they're being beaten or raped, the mother wants to keep them. She doesn't, she doesn't want to lose her children. She doesn't care that they're being beaten and raped. She's thinking about herself. She cares about herself. She cares about what's good for her. She, all she wants to do is keep her children and neglect them. And, just because you want your kids doesn't mean you're a good parent.
Well, the concept of unfit mother that you mentioned earlier, I mean, it was a heterosexual creation, wasn't it? It's a concept of a bad parent who deserves to have her children taken off her by social services.
There's no lower limit. Let's see is there a guest? Hold on. Oh, John Vance. Should we let John Vance on?
Yes, go on.
Hello, John.
Hello here, it's John Vance again.
John Vance, I'm a little bit worried about you. I do remember talking to you before, and even the cadence of your voice has changed. Even the way you talk and the inflection in your voice has changed, and you've become very scattered and almost schizophrenic, and I'm thinking that there's something not right going on.
I agree.
Well, you're just offering your opinion. You're not offering facts. I have facts on the table.
You have no facts on the table. Islam is not facts. You just have God. God is not a fact.
To personality on the internet. I like it for the lulz. I like to play with people.
Well, don't play here. If you don't have anything serious to say and you're just going to interrupt with psychobabble, then I'm not going to have you on. I mean, if you have something like to offer about talking about heterosexual. Okay, Claire, John Vance is a perfect example. John Vance wants to go out and have children. He's a heterosexual man. He doesn't have any standards for himself. All heterosexual men think that they're the great, they're best. Even the lowest of the low heterosexual men think they're the greatest of all. And all they want to do is go out and impregnate trash.
Is that true,
Is that
John?
I understand what it takes to get a message out there. I understand talking to the public, petitioning, going door to door, or even just talking to people on the street, messaging, being clear and direct, not necessarily being bogged down by analysis of socioeconomic, although that can be important, but not getting bogged down by all this socioeconomic. Be more direct. Also, I will be making a blog about the
A blog about what? You cut out. A blog about what? John, you cut out. I can't hear what you're saying.
and I think what we need to do more than anything as Western Muslims is have our own place of worship.
I know, that's what Carol says. Carol wants white mosques because she says that the brown Muslims treat white people like shit. And she said that white people go into the mosques and all they hear is uh, brown Muslims condemning America because Carol likes America and she's an American. She wants Islamic Americanism. She doesn't necessarily want, she sees a distinction between white Islam and brown Islam. And she says that the brown Muslims are much too antagonistic against whites and it's throwing white people out of Islam.
This platform
Look,
to bring
yeah,
whoever is out there right now, whoever feels lonely, whoever's in that room right now, I understand you. I empathize with you.
yeah. Well, I mean, you're saying the same thing, and I think it shows that there's something wrong with Islam that the brown and white Muslims can't get along. And there's a lot of racism in Islam. There's a lot of racism against black Muslims. There's a lot of racism against Asian Muslims and white Muslims, and it's a big problem. And these Muslims, these brown Muslims, are coming into Europe and America and saying, "God damn you," and "God damn your country." And of course, white people, like, you want your own white mosques because you know that you can't cohabit with these what's the word, aggressive, not aggressive, with these antagonistic brown Muslims.
Get over it. Get your arguments in order.
They are, excuse me, you're the one who wants to create your own white
and
mosque.
you will be surprised in the reaction, really.
You're the one that wants your own white mosques. I mean, what do you mean, like, get my arguments together? I made a cogent argument. That wasn't even an argument. That was an explanation of your position and, why you want your own white mosques, because it just doesn't work. The integration of the races in Islam doesn't work.
I think as a leader, you need, I wouldn't say feel the burden, but maybe do feel a little bit of burden that you're responsible. You're taking on responsibility for a huge thing, right? And, when I said it on Claire's channel, I did have that inkling before. She just kind of just nudged it along a little bit, but, obviously it's a huge task to take. And as I meditate on that,
I don't know about Islam, but
it's really going to have to come from God above.
I don't know about Islam, but repetitious prayer is discouraged in Christianity. I mean, repetitious mantras and getting yourself into a hyped hypnotic state is, I don't know about Islam, but it's not considered, a great thing in Christianity, meditation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a reason why Muslims are only allowed, to pray 5 times. I mean, that there are people who go crazy, like the Sufis who chant and chant and chant, and Buddhists who want to meditate their lives away. I think they're extremists. You want, a bit of me time, a bit of remembering, an acknowledgement of God's existence, and then you get on with your life. That's how it should be. I think Islam has just the right balance.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina amta alaihim ghayril maghdubi alaihim wala dalin.
John, what happened to you? He used to be able to have a normal conversation. He used to be able to respond properly to inquiry and things like that. But I don't know what happened to him. The cube got to him. The cube destroyed him. Something happened.
I think he's on drugs or something. He must be on psychotropic drugs. I mean, there's a kind of emptiness in his voice.
He didn't used to sound like that. He didn't used to sound like, you're right, like he was drugged on like Thorazine or something like that. He didn't.
Say, oh, I'm from an agnostic view and this is a good idea because, it's rational, it's truthful. I mean, that's one thing, but it's another thing, to have your faith and conviction held in one. That is a huge burden. I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Well, I have conviction in the efficacy of secular Quranism were it to be adopted. I don't see anyone with a better idea.
Go through the words and look up the definition of those words and see how they apply, right?
Do you know what he means, Vincent?
No, it doesn't make sense. And, I think that this is a really great tragedy because he didn't used to, I remember talking to him on other streams and his voice didn't sound like this. And he used to just be able to have a normal conversation. Don't you remember that, Claire, or no?
Of course
We're
I
not
do.
trained that way.
He
We're
used
not
to
trained to
want all
look at the definitions. And so when I bring that up in a debate, people are kind of flabbergasted about it and then they get mad or whatever. But that's beside the point.
We used to go around winning arguments, John and I, and it's just easy to win arguments of secular Quranism. I don't feel I've ever lost an argument, but I mean the trouble is that nobody cares that you won the argument. You have to deal with their feelings, and and they think their feelings take precedence over truth, logic, and morality, and that is the trouble when most people are atheists and who worship their own dumb opinions. You can't just you can't even change their mind when you prove them wrong. It's like, oh, but I don't like it and you can't make me.
Atheists don't worship their own opinions.
If I were you, I would definitely, if there's a word that you're kind of unsure about or what the definition is, I would just go look it up in like a dictionary.
Claire, being logical and rational is not worshiping your own opinions. It's a human state, and it's just completely normal to be logical and rational. And just because you use your mind doesn't mean you're worshiping yourself. And Claire, you have to stop calling everything idolatry, because when you do that, then nothing is idolatry. Idolatry is a very specific term. It means polytheism or believing that God took shape. That's what idolatry is. You have to use a different word. There's hubris, arrogance. There's other words to use besides idolatry and worship.
No, I have a specific reason for using idolatry, because I'm saying that it's like the Maslow hierarchy of needs. So God should be at the top, but there are all these people who are worshipping all the other, between them and God.
Not worshipping.
So
this idea going
they're allowing it to control their lives.
Going to your favorite sports team and cheering them on is not idolatry.
Well, I don't argue
eat
that.
pigs. They have a cloven hoof, but don't chew the cud, which makes them ritually unclean.
Yeah.
Don't even touch a pig's carcass.
I know. Now he's just talking about pigs, which has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. But I mean, you want to talk about, that's why Christianity.
Well, I want to talk about idolatry because the whole thing is. I was trying to explain that if you believe in God, He's right at the top, and we are right at the bottom, and we kind of think, oh, but I need to earn a living. Oh, I need to have approval of my wife. I need to all these things, and they are about our self-interest and not so much about obeying the laws of God. So
look, it says in Deuteronomy right here, don't eat pigs.
Can you remove him, please?
Yeah, he's not making sense. I don't know what happened to him. John, I don't know what happened to you, but you're not engaging properly in the conversation, and we are trying to have a serious
Who's the true keeper of the faith?
Yeah, this is just okay. Okay, actually, let's get back to our topic that we were talking about, which is you interviewing this Hindu against idolatry. I would like to invite everyone to go to my two websites on Hinduism and idolatry. They're at the bottom of the screen. The first one is noahideindiawatch.blogspot.com. The other one is halfnoahidewatch.blogspot.com. And these show, now you interviewed this Hindu who was raised in Britain. I thought he was a white convert because of his accent and because of the avatar he used. But he agreed with anti-idolatry. And, this is why the Hindus are going Noahide. They want to be viewed as monotheists, and they want to be viewed as non-idolatrous, and they do agree with anti-idolatry in regards to the Noahide laws, and they're going over to Israel to get certification that they are Noahides. They're desperate for it, and Noahidism is spreading in India. Conversions are spreading in India, and the Hindus don't want to do anything about it, so they're a fucking lost cause.
Would you like to speak to him?
Who? Yes, is he on?
Well, I can give him the link if you like.
Yes, I would love that. I would love that.
Okay.
But at the same time, if he's the same one, because it was the same avatar, isn't he anti-Jewish?
Well, he has a few ideas about the Jews.
Well, I mean, but I think it was him because it was the same avatar, and it seems like the same name. I remember it was the same name, and he was telling me, Hindus that are going Zionist are confused, and all these different kinds of things, unless it was someone else.
It was the same person. I think it was the same person. But I mean, everybody has a few views about Jews. I mean, it's nothing unusual.
No, but it was anti-Jewish. It just wasn't an opinion on Jews. It was just like, Hindus that are going Zionists don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and that's kind of like a little bit surprising for someone who wants to be associated with the Noahide laws. Did someone just come in?
I don't know. I'm not clear. I didn't, discuss it in detail with him, so I can't say what his views are, and perhaps it's something that you should discover yourself if he's prepared to discuss it.
Oh yeah, I would like to, because I'm going to be writing a blog and spreading that widely that there's a fucking another Hindu out there that's pro-Noahide, and people really need to wake up about this. And okay, I have a new blog called noahideadjacent.blogspot.com, and on there you can see, is it Vivek or Vivek? Because Vivek the snake, they call him Vivek the snake. Dr. Shiva does They do. I've heard him called Vivek the Snake, because of his connections with Soros. Supposedly he has connections and he took money from Soros and, all these different kinds of things.
And being very pro-Israel, yes?
Well, at first he said he wanted to stop giving money to Israel or to give equal amounts of money to Palestine, and that didn't go well. The Jews, and then he corrected himself. But he was at that noahide.blogspot.com. You'll see that he was involved in a Jewish secret society at Yale called Shabtai, and he counts a Chabad Lubavitch rabbi as his mentor. And Shabtai was started by this rabbi, and Cory Booker, who is a governor of New Jersey, or senator, not governor. He's not the governor of New Jersey. He's senator or congressman for New Jersey. And, he's pro Noahide. Hello? Claire?
Sorry, I muted myself. I posted the link in the chat to be helpful. The one about Vivek having Noahide connections. I think ultimately, even Hindus acknowledge Jews to be, well, the most high status religious group in the world. That is what it really means. Wouldn't you agree, Vincent?
Well, they want their approval. They're desperate for approval, and they're not desperate for liberal Jewish approval. They're desperate for Orthodox right-wing approval. And, yes, the Orthodox have standards for them, and the Hindus have no standards for Jews. The Jews can do whatever they want. Jews can be whoever they want. They can, come into India. First of all, Hindus get, foaming at the mouth if Christians go in there and try converting. But when Jews do it, they open up the doors for them and they defend them. And if anyone dares point it out, they get thrown out of Hinduism. And yes, they do view Jews as a higher status than them. What requirements do Hindus have for Jews in order for them to be considered righteous? Nothing. There is no requirement for Jews. They come as they are, and they're perfect as they are.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Although I thought I was listening.
Okay, Jews have standards for Hindus that they want them to follow. They're saying if you want to be considered as a righteous Gentile, you have to follow the Noahide laws. But Hindus have no standards for Jews.
Yeah, because they're lower status. Because anyone who is an idolater, or who isn't as strict about idolatry as Jews, would necessarily and logically be lower status than Jews, because Jews define themselves on not having idols at all, and saying that their God is the most powerful being, conceivable. I mean, that's their shtick. So logically, anyone below them, i.e. Gentiles, will just have to, accept that. And they can't really deny it because, like Christians, they actually worship a Jew. So it's like, you're so stupid already. What are you even arguing about? Other than saying, oh, Jews are terrible people and they killed Jesus and we're not going to listen to them and we're anti-Semites. Again, lowering themselves further in status. And Islam has the most sensible view, saying, yes, we created you, we acknowledge the existence of the Torah and even the Gospels, but you did it wrong and you don't follow your own rules, so everybody now should become Muslim because even the Jews, they can't follow their own rules, and we have Judaism light, and they should come on over together with the idolatrous and blasphemous Christians. I mean, that is basically the message of the Quran. Oh, and then it will say, oh, well, Muslims shouldn't think of themselves as being superior because actually hypocrites who call themselves Muslims get sent to hell. And there's a verse for that.
Is white Muslim woman in the chat, is that Carol?
Well, it must be.
Yeah, well, I mean... she's she's like, why on earth are Hindus wanting to be Noahides? And because they view Jews as an enemy of Islam, and the right wing Hindus do at least, and they want to have they want to have an ally, and they're desperate for Jewish approval, and they'll do anything for it, including mutate their own religion. And the Jews in Israel, when they went to go get Hinduism certified as Noahide compliant, they told them, well, you're going to have to change some things. Not everything. They said, you're monotheist, but, you can't practice astrology. You can't bow before an idol and stuff like that. You can't do these things. And it's just...
You...
Are you on? Are you?
Yeah, you kind of blanked out for a bit.
Yeah, because I'm going downstairs for a second to get some paper towels because I'm cleaning my bathroom. But
so maybe if you can repeat your sentence.
Even there were still
You're
the Jews
roboting.
told them, hold on. Can you give me 1 second? Echo, turn on the light.
I will talk to... Well, I think I already answered Carol's question about why Hindus want to be Noahides, because, they have standards imposed on them, and they are not in a position to impose standards on anyone else. And she says it's a political alliance of a type that allows them to stay Hindu, to be a bit of both.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is not have your cake and eat it too, giving up the cake.
Sorry, who is having their cake and eating it? The
No,
Hindus?
they're not having. No, the Hindus are not having their cake and eat it too. They are giving up the cake. They're giving up the cake. They're saying we're just going to give up the cake because the Jews told us that the cake is bad for us, so we're just giving up the cake. They don't want their own cake, and they have very low self-esteem.
But then they're idolaters, so they sort of know that Jews and Muslims have a thing about idolatry, and they don't quite want to give it up, and there are these Jews kind of prepared to say you can be Hindu and Noahide at the same time. So this is part of Duvitt's multiple truth hypothesis. Having your cake and eating it.
Well, I know, but it only stays like that for a little while. This idea that, okay, the Jews already told them, they said, okay, fine. They said in theology only, you're not idolaters because you're monotheists, but in practice, you are. So the idea, this multiple truth hypothesis only lasts for a little while, where you're idolaters and you're not idolaters, but after that...
Yes,
After that, you're supposed... They want the Hindus to give up all forms of idolatry.
Well, if they can, but it's basically a worthless certificate, because they've been known for doing this sort of thing. I mean, they said centuries ago, well, in the Middle Ages anyway, that Christianity is okay for Christians. I mean, they actually said that in their Talmud. Because they didn't want to, and it's all to do. Okay, from what I can remember, they basically wanted to regard Christians as Noahides, so they can enter into commercial partnerships with them.
Yeah.
So that's why they said, righteous Christian and crap like that, and actually, no, they were forbidden, and they've been diluting their principles over the centuries.
Yes, of course they've been diluting them. Wouldn't it? No, it's not dilution. It's a scam. It's a trick. This, they're not going. Look, they're not saying, okay, you're fine forever and ever and ever. Well, right now they're telling them they're fine, but that's not the total plan. The plan is to tell them eventually, well, surprise, surprise. Actually, you can't be doing this.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, we just didn't want to tell you because you'd be so offended and so demoralized, and we just wanted to, slowly accustom you to, into throwing out your idol. I mean, you can say all sorts of things like, well, if you don't, we'll be in disgrace, and your certificate would be worthless, and, you can imagine how these negotiations would go. And the fact is that even these Jews are not allowed to make up a religion for Gentiles. That's why they're so firm on, oh, we can't make up a religion for you. And that's why they're so conflicted. It's like they kind of already know that God, if he exists, has already revealed the Quran, and that's their Noahide Gentile. But because they hate Muslims so much.
That's the invention of a new religion. They invented a new religion, so that's Islam is
no. I mean, Muslims would say, we didn't invent a new religion because God revealed his word. He made a divine revelation to us using his own words in Arabic through Muhammad. And it's better than the Torah.
No, but Jews aren't going to accept that, and no one's going to say that God changed his mind.
No, but God never said he would not be giving Gentiles their own revelation. He never said that in the Torah. You can't find a verse.
The Gentiles have a revelation from the Jews. The Jews are supposed to give the revelation to the Gentiles.
Well, they haven't.
Yes, the Noahide laws are the revelation to the Gentiles.
Yeah, but that's in the Talmud.
So?
The Talmud is not high status. It's not from God.
Yes, it is. And, it's inspired by God, first of all. But secondly...
The Talmud is full of lies as well.
No, it's not. Not according to Jews, it's not. And what I was going to say is that, God said, be a light unto the nations. He didn't tell them in the Torah. Okay, there's things in the Torah you cannot get from the Torah. What is kosher slaughter? Okay, in the Torah, it tells you to sacrifice the animals the way I've shown you, but it doesn't tell you in the Torah what to do. You need the oral tradition in order to know how to slaughter the animals. So he said, be a light unto the nations, but he never told them how. You need the oral tradition in order to know how.
Yes, I mean, it's the same. Muslims say the same kind of thing, like, we would know how to do our prayers if not for the hadith, and, so a lot of the detail is contained in the hadith, but there's a lot of, bad stuff in it as well. And what the hadith tends to do is to make the Quran harsher, because, it's just how they prefer things to be, and what the Jews do in their Talmud is to make the Torah less harsh.
Yeah, but they've made it less harsh for Gentiles. You always say, oh, people want less harsh. People that are against idolatry don't care if idolatry is banned. Okay, what's his name? In the Cube, they tell me nobody cares if homosexuality is banned by the Noahide laws. Nobody's going to care about that. And they also tell me that
if they're straight, right? If it's not something they want to do, they don't care if it's banned for other people. Yes,
exactly, and the same thing with idolatry. But they also tell me, the Christians in the Cube tell me the same thing. I don't care that they actually tell me it's good. And one of them, Mark, if you know who he is, who's an atheist Jewish, tells me that he would prefer, he's a first century Christian, he follows the first century church, which was not Trinitarian. He's anti-Trinitarian, and he says that, I don't really care if idolatry is banned. And good, he said we need to get rid of Christian idolatry in that way. But even Trinitarian Christians will not admit they're idolaters, even when Jews go to them and say you're idolaters and we're going to get rid of them. Really mean that. Jews are so good.
You kind of cut out for a bit. I didn't hear your last sentence. Something about Mark, who's some first century Christian. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Mark doesn't believe in the Trinity, and so he doesn't give a shit if the Talmud forbids idolatry. He doesn't care that it forbids idolatry, and most Christians don't care that it forbids idolatry. And
because they don't know they're idolaters.
I know, but the Jews aren't telling them that they're idolaters at this point.
Yeah, because they're so corrupt that it doesn't even matter. Unless they actually rank the 4 Gentile religions, they are corrupt.
No, the thing is that the Talmud gives them permission to lie. It's called kol nidre. You're allowed to lie to the Gentiles. It's just like in Mormonism.
No, the kol nidre is about canceling their promises to God.
No, it's not. No, it's not, Claire. Read the Jewish Encyclopedia. Jews don't even trust each other because of the Kol Nidra, and Jews even tried to make it was deemed illegal by some big council in Europe in like 1400 or something like that, but they continued to do it anyway, and Jews don't trust each other because they know that they can just say the Kol Nidra, and they, that they don't have any obligation to tell the truth. And it does say that they're allowed to use it amongst Gentiles if they feel incited. So if you're going to preach the Noahide laws, which you're commanded to do, but you don't want to get killed, you practice Kol Nidre, and you tell them, well, everything's fine, and you don't spring it on them until they've all become non-Trinitarian Christians.
Well, I suppose that's a sensible strategy, and I think now is the time. Most people don't believe in the Trinity. In fact, the people cultural Christians who are horrified when they do discover what it is that their ancestors were supposed to pretend to believe in. I mean, Jay is a case in point. He just can't get over it. That's why he posts such stupid crap and, pretending to be Christian but not being a Trinitarian. And then when you ask him if he believes in God, he said, no, I don't know. It's so many people are so full of shit. And nobody tells them off. Nobody tells them off. And it's like, oh, better let sleeping dogs lie, It's like, it's time to take the Trinity out with the trash, because otherwise there is no way they're going to correct themselves. Because then you get all these Christian nationalists who think, well, we're going to pass a Christian amendment in America, and we're going to make America a Christian republic, and then we'll kick out the Jews and the Muslims. That's what they think. It's like, you have heard of these Christian nationalist types, haven't you?
Yes, and it's not going to work because... even
because the other white people will object to becoming a Christian republic.
Yeah, and also the other white people are not going to want to get rid of the Jews.
Yeah, and it's so easy to say, well, why did the founding fathers separate the church from the state? It's like, well, because they didn't want all that crap that was going on in Europe, the religious persecution, the Christian on Christian religious persecution to follow to come over to America. And oh yes, it did with the Salem witch trials, didn't it? When all these Salemites accused each other of witchcraft and had each other hanged. It's like, oh, it's all forgotten. There's no point even talking to Americans because, it's like they have amnesia. They don't even know their own history. And, yes, and George Washington warning the Americans not to have political parties, and what do they do? And everything he warned against has happened.
Wait, Ulrich Wolfhead Khan is here. That's his name. That's the Hindu, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to come on here? I'm going to post the link in Oh God, can I not do it from here?
I think
Come
I
on.
posted it. I actually posted it for him. I think I can post it.
Well,
Okay.
I can post it. Let's see if he'll come on to discuss this because we were just discussing you, Mr. Ulrich. And then, this white Muslim woman said she could make a shell religion and make it appear like Christian nonconformists, but it's actually Muslim. And look, this is the thing. Like, the Jews were promoting Charles Taze Russell, who started the Jehovah's Witness religion, because he was anti-Trinitarian, and he also believed that the Jews would remain Jews and not convert to Christianity at the end of time. And yeah, of course you could promote non-Trinitarian Christianity, and I don't know how you can make it more Muslim, or you could apply Old Testament laws. You could get, you can say that the Old Testament laws still apply, and the feasts and the festivals still apply to the Gentiles. And yeah, you could do lots of stuff, but
Yeah, I mean, you already have Unitarian Christianity, don't you? I mean, it's an American thing. Haven't you?
yes, but
The
it's
Unitarian
growing.
Church is an American creation.
The Unitarian Church is growing. Anti-Trinitarianism is growing in Christianity. I'll give you that. Um, it's
Well,
definitely
even
growing.
Herbert Armstrong was not a Trinitarian. I couldn't work out what he was saying in his half-hour video. It didn't seem to make that much sense to me. Did
Well,
it?
but
Did it make much sense?
he goes into another direction, and he takes up Mormon ideology, where God is a God family. And I mean, I don't see how Mormonism really is Noahide, even though they're trying to say they're Noahide, because they believe that God is made of flesh. They believe God is a flesh and blood being who doesn't have complete knowledge of the universe, and that he's only one of many gods and had a father. And Armstrong preached the God family. But Jehovah's Witnesses are definitely, or at least early Russellites, the Russellites, who was started by Charles Taze Russell, they were completely non-Trinitarian and completely, and the Jews were just gaga over him. They funded him. They gave him tons of money. He had Yiddish newspapers spread all over Eastern Europe, and he became very, 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 very famous. He was either the most published preacher of his time, or one of the most published preachers of his time. I mean, he sold something like, this was in 1880s, he was selling upward of 20 million copies of his books. I mean, 20 million copies today is huge. If you sell 20 million copies of your book, then, you've really made it.
But anyway, we could, look. I mean, I call it American Gnosticism. Because of the First Amendment, all these Americans just made up their own religion. That's why America is full of cults. I mean, the Unitarian Church would not have survived in Europe, because Europe had a stricter regime about people who can start new religions. Because, as I've been telling you, Christendom meant, a continent of Christian kingdoms
Oh,
who were
hold on, I
once
think
upon a
he's
time
here.
absolute monarchs.
Yeah, Ulrich is here.
Oh, great.
Hi,
Hello.
Ulrich, how are you?
Good afternoon, Vincent. Hi again, Claire.
Hello.
So I'm actually, we were talking about you, and I actually follow the Hindu Noahide Alliance quite deeply. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see my websites on it. But so first of all, she was telling me you're a monotheist. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe there's only one God.
Yes, and you did say that, you would be okay with secular Quranism coming in, because not only you're a monotheist, but you're anti-idolatry too at the same time, right?
Well, what we was doing yesterday was we were examining what we meant by idolatry. I think towards the end, what I was in agreement with Claire was, I was in agreement with hidden idolatry, rather than seeing that the Hindu way of worship was idolatrous.
Okay, do you believe that God takes shape? Do you believe that Krishna was the Godhead incarnated into physical form?
Right. I believe that Krishna was an avatar of the Supreme Being.
Okay, but do you believe that that avatar was actually God incarnate? Do you think God took physical shape?
No.
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 So
You see, when we say an avatar of God, it's almost like a divine spark, a divine speck. It's not God in the sense that we would say God's come down onto earth, and he's manifest himself as a human being. No, that's a wrong interpretation. This is Krishna is an avatar. He's not God.
Yes. So, okay, this is what I'm saying, that Hindus are in big trouble because the thing is that when I was Hindu for 10 years, and I thought that I was in a religion that accepted hard polytheism. And I eventually realized that I wasn't, because everyone and their mother told me that Hinduism doesn't accept hard polytheism, and that's not what it's about. And, and then, that now we know God does not take shape. And so this makes you ripe for Noahide subversion, because, you can sit and say, well, we're not idolaters. And actually, our religion has nothing to do with idolatry. And that's why you're getting these like certifications from Israel, saying that you're not idol worshippers.
No, what it was yesterday, I was going along and agreeing with Claire as that the secular Quranism, the Noahide laws, would be good to be secularly implemented by the state. It was not part of following a religion. It's not a religious thing. It was rather the state doing it.
Yes, if you read "Secular by Design" by what's his name, by Alan Cecil, and you can get a copy of it on stopnoahidelaw.blogspot.com, you will see that there is a movement in the Noahide movement to implement, yes, secular Noahidism, in that there is no state cult in Noahidism. So the point is, the state prevents you from false worship, but it does not teach proper worship. But still, you would be executed for false worship. You would be executed for idolatry.
Not so, because from the way I understood it, each country would apply the Noahide laws appropriately.
I know, but appropriately means no idolatry.
Well, I didn't fully argue it yesterday, but I don't believe that we have idolatry in Hinduism. I mean,
No, you don't.
You come to my house, and yes, you will see what I call murtis, right?
Yeah.
Of various devas or devtas, but they're not God.
No, I know, and that's the point. That's why Hindus are going to get on board with the Noahide laws, because they're going to get on board because they don't consider themselves idolaters. My whole thing is, well, what about idolaters? You don't care about idolaters? You don't care about hard polytheists? Like, you don't care that they would be killed under the Noahide laws?
I'm against anybody being killed. I think when you say taking on board the Noahide laws, well, I've lived by the Noahide laws all my life, virtually. I was brought up in a Christian country. I was brought up within the teaching of Christianity as a Hindu. And all my life, I've lived under the 10 Commandments, which encompass the Noahide laws. So it's not really about a religious thing. It's about rules for a society. So on that particular point, yeah, if you want to call them Noahide laws, you can call them whatever you like, as long as they contain the fundamental rules that we can run our society upon. We can argue about the basics as to what is idolatry and what isn't, because I believe we've got hidden idolatry. I believe that religions are being corrupted. And on the other hand, I do see that if we had a state that implemented something within our society as strict as like secular Quranism or the Noahide laws, it might go a long way to solving some of our social problems.
Okay, but can you understand that why, as a hard polytheist, I don't want the Noahide laws in place?
Well, okay. When you're a hard polytheist, in what religion do you follow? If you don't mind me
I
asking.
I don't. I used to be a Hindu, but now I follow no religion. I follow, I don't follow God or spirits or anything like that. I have no supernatural beliefs whatsoever.
Okay, so do you believe there's a creator?
I don't know. I'm agnostic. I really don't know if there's a creator or what he wants or who he is or anything like that.
Right. Yes. So okay, you're undecided.
Yes.
You believed in God, but then I think you got disillusioned, and maybe Hinduism wasn't the right path for you.
No, it wasn't, because it's not idolatry and it's anti-idolatry. I believe when I believed in God, I believed two things. Number one, that God was hard. No, there were gods. There was no God. There were gods, and in a hard polytheistic, not in the way Hinduism is soft polytheistic, where you have all these gods, but they're really one. I was hard polytheist in that I said all the gods are separate and distinct. That's not one mind. It's not one being. It's many. And the other thing is that I believed God could take shape. I believed that God could take physical form. I believed that the idol, actually God was in the idol, and that the particles and materials of the idol were God. But then I realized that Hinduism doesn't teach that.
No,
And
that's idolatry. That is pure idolatry.
yes, exactly. And so that's why I left Hinduism. And, I was very attached to the Hindu gods. And then once I realized that they weren't what I thought they were, I kind of just gave up on God totally.
That's a shame, because I don't know. God's a spiritual journey. The Noahide laws or secular Quranism is rules by which we run our society. I think the idea of our connection with God is a very personal thing, but the way that you believe God exists and you wanting to make an effigy of him is going to be, well, Hinduism doesn't agree with it, and neither do the Abrahamic religions. The idea being is, if God is an abstract, unimaginable form, it's blasphemous for us to attempt to give it shape. You can't start to impose like man's idea of what God is. God remains the abstract thing that we all strive towards.
Well, Jews and Muslims say that God is not in the universe, that God is outside the universe, outside space, outside time, and cannot enter space-time, or does not want to enter space-time. And, that's what they say you have to believe in. And I do believe that God can enter space-time, and that's the thing. Like, well, okay, Christians, okay, so do you believe the Trinity is idolatry?
Do I believe which Trinity? Because there's quite a few Trinities. We've got the Hindu Trinity, the Christian Trinity.
The Christian Trinity, okay, so Christians believe God took shape. They believe Jesus was wholly man, and fully God, and they worship him in that physical form. Do you think that's idolatry?
Worshipping Jesus.
Worshiping Jesus, yes. Is that idolatry?
What do you call by worshipping?
Well,
I'm saying this because I only ask the distinction because I pray to Jesus, but I've never worshipped him. I worship my God, my ancestral God. There's only one God we were brought up with, but I was brought up under the teachings of Jesus, and I've often gone to a church and put my hands together and I've prayed to Jesus. But I've never, ever worshipped him. It's like for when I do fasts for 30 days, I will fast for my God. I do not fast for Jesus, even though I accept Jesus, his teachings, and all the niceness that I was brought up believing about Christianity, but I don't see Jesus as God. Jesus' God is the same God, which is the God that I believe in. If you understand what I mean, the Yahweh is the same God. You can say that is Brahma. is Allah. Jesus is not that same entity. And within that Trinity, it was only Claire yesterday who explained to me what the Holy Ghost was, because for most of my life I've been very confused about that, but she clarified that for me yesterday. So I don't really believe in a Trinity. I think that's the wrong idea. Calling it idolatrous, well, I was hoping to look at idolatry, as a sort of legal principle rather than going back onto religions. I mean, the idea of the Noahide laws is to make a better society, not to single people out to kill because they may be worshipping an idol.
Well, that's what the laws call for. That's what the laws do call for.
I know, I understand that. And I don't agree on killing somebody if they're misguided. I mean, if you killed somebody or you raped a child, I'm the first person wanting to have you beheaded. But for you to be misguided in a spiritual belief, I find that hard to punish you.
Okay,
I would feel sad and I would want to guide you, but no, I don't believe in killing you for it.
Just saying, you said you never worshipped Jesus, but just saying God took shape in Jesus is blasphemy, even if it's not idolatry. It's still blasphemy. So you are still practicing blasphemy if you believe Jesus. If you believe Jesus is God incarnate, I don't know if you do, but if you do, that's blasphemous. And so, I mean, the thing is that Noahide laws do not, if you don't say your beliefs out loud, nobody can hurt you. If you believe Jesus is God, but you keep it to yourself, you're allowed to do that under the Noahide laws, because the Noahide laws don't necessarily correct your beliefs, they correct your actions. But as soon as you say out loud, Jesus is God, then you're guilty of blasphemy. Do you believe Jesus is God?
I personally don't believe Jesus is God. But if somebody wants to believe that Jesus is God, then I suppose that's their spiritual path. I don't really... Hinduism doesn't proselytize. I've never converted anyone to Hinduism. So it's a bit difficult. So if a person wants to believe Jesus is God, then they really need to go back to their own scriptures. What does their scriptures teach them?
Well, the Council of Nicaea would say, I think it's the Council of Nicaea would say that it's Trinitarian, and that, yes, the Word became flesh. God was the Word, and then the Word became flesh. And, that's what they believe, that Jesus is fully man and fully God at the same time. There are first century, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, so I was raised, there is no Trinity. I was raised that the Holy Spirit is an impersonal force. God is God up in heaven, and Jesus was nothing. Jesus was the archangel Michael who came down and incarnated, and there is nothing wrong with angels incarnating, because we know in the Old Testament the angels incarnated and came down to sleep with women. Angels are not God, so angels can enter the physical world, and so I was raised without a Trinity, but most Christians are raised with the Trinity, and most Christians do believe Jesus is God, and this is their problem under the Noahide laws. And if you do talk to very strict Jews, or let's not even call them strict, let's call them honest Jews, they will tell you Christianity is idolatry, and you will hear a lot of hatred from both Noahides and Jews for this Christian idolatry.
Well, I suppose if it goes against the Judaic view of how they believe or perceive what God is and how it should be defined, then obviously they're going to see anything departing from that structure as being idolatrous.
Mm-hmm. I'm finding it. Well, I'm not finding it hard because.
I think the problem I think we've got in this discussion is we seem to be getting things like theology and philosophy and mysticism all mixed up into the one big pot with their legal laws. I mean, the Noahide laws or secular Quranism is just one aspect of it. The theology is another aspect of it. And when you talk about, God existing inside an effigy or not inside an effigy is really what I would class as philosophy. So
Okay, but it is important under the Noahide laws in that when you say these things out loud, you are punished for them. That's the law does not teach you what to think. It doesn't teach you philosophy. It doesn't teach you theology. That's up to you. That's up on yourself. Yes, that's true. Noahide law isn't a religion, and they call it, and they say it's not a religion. But when you formulate these ideas yourself, if you say them out loud and they're incorrect, then you're liable.
well, just to play devil's advocate on this, thinking back to it, let me just bring up the Noahide laws.
What? What? I didn't.
Sorry, I was just like putting up the 7 Noahide laws just to sort of put them in.
I could say them for you. They are no idolatry, no blasphemy, no sexual immorality, no murder, no theft. Do not eat the flesh cut from a living animal. Set up courts of justice to impose punishments for people who break any of the 7 laws.
Brilliant. Right. Now, so the first 6 rules, and the 7th one is establishing a legal system to ensure obedience to these laws. Isn't it more appropriate that at the level 7 we start to be looking at, the definitions of what we define now as blasphemy, or what is blasphemous and what is not blasphemous, what is idolatry and what is not idolatry?
Yes, and that's when you have to get into philosophy and theology and that kind of stuff, and that's why that part of it is important. I do agree these are dead dry laws that they're.
In your defense, now, I'm going to defend your right to worship an idol. And the only reason, the way I can argue it is, you are not doing anything wrong. Now, if you were sacrificing things to your idol, if you were doing things that I thought were immoral, then maybe I might be more of a person that would be against your practices. But if you are just worshipping an idol and you're not doing anything bad, then I really think it's not that you're breaking the law, in the sense that you're really trying to be idolatrous or create a new religion or whatsoever. It's just that you're misguided in your belief, and it's not wrong to be misguided in your belief. I do believe within the Noahide laws, all these little things can be sort of redefined for our modern age and sort of set in stone, that we're not going to sort of break them. So when we talk about idolatry, let's have a fixed idea of what is idolatry and what is not acceptable within our society as idolatrous, and why. I mean, it's too easy to say, for instance, Narish's family's got all these different statues, they're very, very wrong, etc. Let's work out whether that's appropriate. Is that the problem, or is another form of idolatry which is arising in our society more of a danger?
Okay, that's what I talk about with Claire. In that, when the Hindus went over and got Hinduism declared Noahide compliant, it was declared Noahide compliant only in theology because they're monotheists, and they said but they told them your practices are still idolatrous. Astrology, bowing before the metal, whatever it is, psychic readings, those types of things are still considered idolatry. And, you can't do them. And the thing that me and Claire get into fights about all the time is all she talks about is hidden idolatry. But that's not what, look, when you go to your favorite sports team and you cheer for them, or you want to go out and buy yourself a pretty dress and you want to look nice, or you listen to your husband, those are other words. There's other words for those things. There's hubris. Like Claire says that when you're an atheist, you worship your own ideas. You're not worshiping your own ideas or yourself. That's hubris. Maybe, I don't believe it's hubris, but maybe it's hubris. But this idea of taking hidden idolatry to this point that everything is idolatry, that's not going to be helpful either.
I suppose it starts for a talking point, because at least it brings onto the table our ideas of what we consider to be idolatrous and not idolatrous. Yes, yesterday I was trying to defend that Hinduism isn't idolatrous. So it is one of these situations where it's not completely fixed and we need to fix it. If you were to say we have to go with the, well, what is the definition? Because idolatry was created to tackle certain things. Those things are not being done anymore, but they're being done in a different way. But the idolatry that the Abrahamic religions forbade was various practices associated with that idolatry. It came as a package.
Yeah, it came as just like I just said, in Hinduism, your astrology is still idolatry.
But even all the Jewish holy dates are calculated by astrology. You know, we still go by the astrological systems. That's not divination. There's a difference between astrology and trying to divine something via the spirits.
But you know that Hindus are into divination. They are.
Most cultures are. I don't agree with it. People do go and have their palms read, and they want to have their fortunes told. I think that's just people. One group of people fooling another group of people. I don't believe in divination, but unfortunately, Vincent, lots of not all the world's educated enough. They want to be told pretty lies, and divination allows them to hear pretty lies.
Yes, but I mean, what I always get into fights with Claire is that there is, it's this ancient definition of idolatry is being mutated and is really going into directions that anything can be idolatry is basically the new premise that Claire is pushing, that, you know, anything, listening to anything. If you listen to it too much, even if you're not disobeying God by listening to it, you know, to give it enough credence goes over into, you know, idolatry.
What you're saying is the definition of idolatry is currently too vast at the moment.
Yes, it's becoming too vast. It's just every day it's added to. You know, now having a favorite sports team is idolatry. Like, you know what I mean? Like rooting for your sports team. I don't know if you ever read what's it called? You Gentiles by Maurice Samuels. I think You Gentiles. Just look up the book You Gentiles, and he was talking about sports and how sports is a Gentile thing, and that cheering for your favorite team is like some kind of pagan ritual or something like that. And you know, it you know, these types of things, you can go further and further and further into it. You know, having your own holiday is idolatry. Do you celebrate any Hindu holidays?
Yes, I celebrate.
Okay, that's idolatry. You know that you're practicing idolatry when you have your own festival, because you're under the Talmudic laws. Gentiles are not allowed to invent their own festivals. You're not allowed to have any festival. And some Jews go so far as to say that a Gentile who invents any day of rest, any day, even if they rest on Monday, because Gentiles are not allowed to rest on the Sabbath, because that is a day for the Jews. And
Vincent, first of all, my understanding of Judaism is they don't proselytize, so that they're not there to sort of like force any kind of view onto us. So, you know, as far as the Judaic way of thinking, it relates to them.
The Noahide, they promote the Noahide laws for the Gentiles. They don't go in and force it on the Gentiles, but they change the mind of the Gentiles and they force it on themselves. And yes, the Jews are there to tell Gentiles, you're not allowed to celebrate holidays. And those of you who are able to stop other people from doing it, do that.
Well, how would that work? Because, I mean, the Noahide laws allows for you to create your own legal systems.
But you're not allowed to have a holiday under the Noahide laws. Gentile.
If your law says, you know, after working for 6 days, you can have 1 day off, and people sort of like think, "Oh, I'm really happy that day," is that idolatry?
It depends. Well, some Jews say that Gentiles can invent a day of rest, but there are Gentiles. The phrase is even on Monday, not even on Monday may the Gentile rest. That because the thinking is, first of all, they're not allowed to rest on Saturday because that's the Jews' holy day and only they should be resting. But also they're scared that if the non-Jews invent a day of rest for themselves, that Jews may start copying them. And
when we talked about Hindu festivals, these weren't days of rest. The last festival that we celebrated in my house was a 5-day festival, Tiha. And that was a festival over 5 days. I did my normal routine as per normal. The only difference was the offerings that I made on behalf of the one God.
No, but any festival, if you invent a holiday for yourself, that's idolatry. The invention of a holiday, you cannot invent a new religion.
No,
you cannot.
This religion predates Judaism. I mean, Judaism accepts there's been prophets beforehand, so we predate Judaism, so there's not a problem. I mean, there's so many theories to even say that the Jewish tribes originated from India. The similarities between Hindu mantras and what Moses was told the name of God was are evenly similar.
I know, but Jews don't allow idolatry that predated them. They're not just going to say, okay, well, your holiday predated the formation of Judaism, so therefore it's okay. All holidays are wrong.
But at that point, they're proselytizing. They're now giving us a religious theology. They're not giving us laws. They're now telling us basically you can't follow your religion. You have to follow the Judaic way.
No, it's not that. No, because Jews have their own separate 613 laws that are for them. They're not saying become Jewish. They're telling you to be nothing. They're not telling you what to properly think. They're telling you what not to do. They're not telling you how to think.
No, I take on board what you say, but I've approached this from a person. Say all my interactions regarding this discussion have been with people who have been non-Jews. So, for me, the way it's been presented to me isn't the way that you're presenting it to me. For me, at the moment, it seems like an idea that governments should adopt as a basis of creating, the rules within all the civil institutions, and then instilling those values into the next generation, which will then sort of hopefully create a better life. And the only reason that it's important at this particular point is because all religions have been corrupted. I mean, even like at the moment, we've got a non-religious government in Britain, and look how our society is turning out. It's just the idea that if we can have a government which doesn't necessarily have to be religious, but if it can implement the idea of these, in inverted commas, divine laws or ideas of wisdom handed down to us, right, then maybe that we can create a better society. And the only choice we've got, really, right? Politics is not going to do it, and neither is religion. Everything's failing. At least we've got an idea that if we can persuade people to sort of adopt these, and yet maybe you don't like the word Noahide laws, but I still think there's value in this. We can really work out, what do we mean by this, that, and everything? Because I mean, if people want to say, Narish, you're adulterous according to the Noahide laws, then allow me to put forward my defence and maybe allow people to convince them that they're wrong, so we can move forward. It's
okay. Let's talk about something that's not philosophical. Let's talk about sodomy. Let's talk about homosexuality. So, I mean, what do you think about that area of the Noahide laws? Because that's not ideology. That's an action. That's okay. I, as a sodomite, would be put to death under the Noahide laws.
Right. I'm going to approach homosexuality like I do with everybody. It's not that I've got anything wrong with homosexuals. I've what people do in the privacy, it's nothing to do with me. Do I believe homosexuality is desirable in society. And the way I did it was to sort of imagine myself having my village. And in my village, I want people, men and women, to marry, to have children, to follow my village rules, and for this entire system to continue. Now, my thought was the reason why I wouldn't be telling people about homosexuality or promoting it, because I'd really want them to remain heterosexual. Now, let's say, for instance, some person decided that they were homosexual. Now, that would be a huge problem for me running my village, because now I have a person who is attracted to their own gender, but everybody in my village is heterosexual. Now, we all have sexual urges. Now, this person is going to have sexual urges. How are they going to be played out? So it was on this basis that you think, well, I can't really accept homosexuality in my village, because all those negative associations of fears come in. Well, is he going to try to convert somebody else into homosexuality?
You can't convert people. You can't convert people into homosexuality.
I mean convert. I mean, let's say, have another sexual interaction with another person, and they suddenly, find that they like that, and that's the way they want to go also. So at that particular point, it would pose a problem for me. It's not that I don't, I think that person should be put to death. It's the headache is, if I allow homosexuality into my village, then it's going to break down my structure of heterosexuality, which I need from my village to propagate generation from generation. I can't have them thinking about homosexuality.
But you know very well that not all men are going to go homosexual. A small percentage. You don't care about the village keeping up heterosexuals. If 95% of your village is having 7 kids each, you don't need 5% of men who are having kids, especially if you allow polygamy, then it really gets rid of the problem. But I mean, you just care about homosexuals. You don't care about your fucking village. Don't pretend that this is about population, reduction.
This was a mind experiment I was carrying out in my own head for my argument. It wasn't me sort of saying about eugenics or whatever. It was me trying to justify why I think this way. It's not against saying that it's immoral or whatever. I didn't agree with it. And the thing is, Vincent, I've got lots of friends who are homosexuals, and it's not something that's really comes into our field of discussion. It's their lifestyle. I don't sit there having to discuss with anyone over a drink that I think that they should be killed for being a sodomite. This is just ridiculous.
But this is what people like you always say. You endorse the Noahide laws, knowing very well that yes, under those Noahide laws, sodomites are put to death. But I don't believe in that. But I still think these values should spread. You know what I mean? I personally wouldn't do that, but the Noahide law values should spread anyway, regardless of the fact that it does call for the death of homosexuals.
I did say that the Noahide laws could be revisited. It isn't saying that's in stone. Even with idolatry, we need to visit these maybe archaic ideals and maybe look at them and rework through them. But in my personal view, I would not want my society to be promoting homosexuality. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I just think it's for the best function of society. Now, if people are homosexual and they choose to have a relationship, it's got nothing to do. It's private.
Okay.
It's not in the public.
You know what the real problem is heterosexuals using birth control. It's not 5% of men not having children. It's look, nobody forced heterosexuals to stop having children. You wanted to do that. You didn't want all those children because you don't fucking love your kids. Don't act like you do. I was raised by heterosexuals, and you just don't want to have that many kids. Don't go around blaming us because you stopped having children.
No, I'm not blaming anyone. Not at all, Vincent. The problem is when I'm trying to explain my ideology, it does sound offensive, and I know it does because everyone tears me down upon it, and they tell me that I'm wrong, and I think maybe I'm mis-explaining it, but it's not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying it has no place in society. I do not want my child to go to school and to be told, yeah, it's fine.
It is fine, and they will be told that, and that's why. Look, this is why Hindus are going to adopt the Noahide laws, because it's going to come down. What side of the fence are you on? Are you with the Noahide laws, or are you with the gay people? And all the Hindus are going to go over there and they're going to say, well, if I have to choose a side, I know what side I'm on, and I'd rather homosexuality be disparaged in society than accepted. I would rather my children learn nothing. I'd rather my children not even know gay people exist from school than the opposite. I don't want them being taught it's okay. And you're not a fence rider. You are going to take a side. All Hindus are going to take a side. And that is why you are wholly dangerous.
Well, I'm not that dangerous. I mean, that's just my view. That's the stance I've made. I'm not advocating homosexuals be killed or any other actions. You're asking me, should I think it be promoted in society? And my answer is no. There's nothing negative about homosexuality. It shouldn't be promoted. I don't want children to be taught about it. When do we draw the line? When do we draw the line to say, well, heterosexuality is the norm, end of. But when we start to say, well, this is okay, that's okay, where does the line get drawn?
You're acting like this is some kind of slippery slope, like we're going down into darkness. There's no downward movement by saying it's okay to be gay in school. I mean, it's not like where do we draw the line? What do you mean, what line? What direction are we going in that you're scared of?
Well, I'm not saying homosexuality is to blame. It's more that the way society goes. It's like now, gender pronouns, people being able to change their gender, the way that we're sexualizing children, the way we're promoting one-parent families, all these kind of ideals are what I consider the slippery slope. One doesn't lead to the other. What I was on about was a simple, rigid set of rules that we didn't have to deal with other social problems because we haven't got these rigid social rules. It's like, unfortunately, if the Noahide laws says, okay, we're going to have to ban every form of idolatry. So Narish, yours is going to have to be hidden. Vincent, you can't be gay anymore. The worst I can say at this particular point is we are both being, we are a limb being cut off for the benefit of society, for what I would consider the future greater good. It's not about saying that a person's bad, because you've done nothing bad. You've not hurt anybody. You've never said kill people. I don't see why I would find anything that you do or what you believe in wrong. We may have a difference of view regarding on how we view things. I mean, but that's just my view. I don't believe that we should promote anything other than heterosexuality in schools, in our institutions, in our society. If people do want to have relationships with the same gender, that's it. As adults, they're allowed to. They're not hurting anybody. They're not breaking any rules in that sense. But do I want it promoted? No. I don't believe that there's equality. There's only two genders. It's males and females. It's heterosexuality, and that is it. If you can't handle heterosexuality, then it's celibacy. But those are the only two paths that I can view that would be beneficial to society. And it's only because I'm doing that mind experiment of having that simple village I want to manage. How would I look after my people?
Look, this all comes. I mean, look. Like I said, this line, like you talk about lines being drawn, when it probably won't happen in your lifetime, but when the Noahide laws become more popular, laws are going to be drawn, and I can tell by the way. Look, you're wishy-washy about it, and you do have negative opinions about homosexuality, and eventually someone's going to say, you're with us or against us. Are you going to be with us or are you going to get beheaded? And all these Hindus are going to say, well, I'm not going to get beheaded. I'd rather homosexuals get beheaded than I get beheaded. And you're going to make the wrong decision. And that's why you're dangerous. And that's why I'm waking up the West about you, because you're very, very dangerous and you're very servile to Jews and you just want their approval and you want to be seen as non-idolatrous, you want to be seen as monotheistic, you want to be on the so-called right side of history. And I mean, you're dangerous. You're unbelievably dangerous.
I take on board what you say, but that dangerousness of mine, what you're referring to, would be the same dangerousness that if you were being attacked, I'd be the first person to stand up and protect you. Right.
Not when it becomes a social institution. Not when.
That's different. But regarding any kind of laws, Noahide, Quran, Hindu, or whatever, but if somebody decided they were going to hurt you, right, for your behaviour, well, for me, my belief has whatever hating Hindu that I am, I wouldn't allow it, Vincent. You know, that's not how morality works. I'm not going to see you hurt because of your beliefs. I'm not going to see you hurt because you're a homosexual. Yes, I've got those beliefs that you don't accept, but at the same time, I do respect you enough that I would stand up and I would look after you.
Okay, how about this? There's a set of laws out there that say kill Hindus, and I'm going to say, well, okay, I don't believe in killing Hindus, but I'm still going to use the name of that law. So there's let's say it's called the rainbow laws, and under the rainbow laws, Hindus are killed. And I'm going to say, well, I don't believe in killing Hindus, but I still think that the rainbow laws are good for America. You wouldn't accept that. You wouldn't say, you would say the rainbow laws say kill Hindus, end of story. Don't give it any credence. Don't use that name. Don't promote it. Don't say it's half good. It's fully not good. It shouldn't be implemented. And you know, and I'm sorry now, I don't care about laws that say kill Hindus. Muslims want to kill Hindus and well, you said you're not going to kill. So I don't want to kill Hindus, but if there's a set of morality that does say kill Hindus, I'm going to make allowances for it, and I'm going to kind of praise it in a way. But I don't believe in killing them.
Okay, Vincent, I think what we're doing is blurring the lines between, say, the Noahide laws, which we're discussing as an application to society, and my personal views on morality, which aren't exactly reflective of the Noahide laws. So at this particular point, don't really think that I am just like the Noahide laws, and that's all there is about me. I have my own morality, which has developed over 60 plus years, based upon my own religious views. Yeah, I might have extreme views which are unpalatable, but I'm looking at the Noahide laws as a possible solution towards our society's demise. I have my own morality. My morality extends way above and beyond the seven Noahide laws. You know, so Noahide laws is just a point of us talking. It's not a reflection of who I am. It's an idea, and we can talk about the idea, but my morality isn't based on the Noahide laws. That's why I would defend you. I am a Hindu. I was still taught right from wrong. I may turn around and say, for the benefit of society, I don't want this taught to my child. But my morality extends to the point that I'm not going to allow anybody to hurt you just because you've got a different view. Or you may be different. It doesn't work that way.
When it comes down to it, maybe your grandchildren who are Hindu, when the Noahides go and say, do you want your children being taught being gay in school, or do you want to get rid of homosexuals? You have two options. And I think most Hindus will say, I don't want my kids being gay. I don't want them being taught trans ideology in the school. Do I have to make a decision? What's better? Is it better for my child to be gay, or is it better to kill homosexuals? And they're going to make the wrong choice.
Well, what you consider the wrong choice would be the only choice we have. You give me an alternative, my child or the homosexual.
Yeah, no, we're not talking. Look, just even teaching your child about homosexuals in school, something as simple as that, they would rather, if it's put to you, you're going to have one or the other. Either your child understands that homosexuality is okay from the school programming, or we get rid of homosexuals. What do you want? Everyone's making that wrong choice. It comes down to it. When it comes down to it, when the Noahides are in power, what side are you going to take? And you're going to take the wrong side.
I see where you're coming from, but this is not about personal religion. The application of the Noahide laws was supposed to be something the state implements to govern us. So we almost had like a religious society without the religious aspect of it. So that's the way I'm assuming. That's the way it would be. And I don't expect the Noahide laws to do anything but to add to morality. It can't be the only moral system that we go by because it doesn't encompass everything. But as a basis, it's a start. I don't think it's ideal. Like I said, as a Hindu, and my first concern was it says, idolatry is completely forbidden, and everybody classes Hinduism as idolatrous. It's the main insult that's always given to us. You've got 300 million gods. You're adulterous people. We're backwards.
Okay. You don't see your entanglement in this, and you don't understand. Like, to me, you're like a demi-Nazi. Like, you're like, well, I voted for Hitler, but I don't believe in the concentration camps, and I don't really believe in treating people bad. But you still voted for him, and it's still happening, and it still happened. Like, you just don't see your entanglement. There were Nazis who didn't believe in killing the Jews. There were.
No, I take on board where you're coming from. I think at the end of the day, I have to admit, I'm not a nice person. I try to be a good person, but no, I'm not a nice person. Yeah. And yeah, I would advocate things like violence and all that kind of things. These are things I want to move away from, that animal part that society instills in us. Yeah, I understand the Nazi aspect. Most of my friends would class me as very right-wing, even though I see myself as not. I just see myself as a person who's just striving to do what I think is right. And what I want to do is, when I meet my creator one day, I don't want to be ashamed when I look at him. So if I did something bad like killing gays, I would find it quite difficult to look into the face of God when the time comes. So I don't know. I think, yeah, you can have all these rules, but we're going to have to be appropriate. And I don't think the Noahide laws state that they should be killed. It states
they do.
It says, do not deny God. Do not engage. That's what it says. Do not engage.
No, if you're don't deny that the Noahide laws call for decapitations. That's exactly what they call for.
I apologize. No, I apologize because when the Noahide laws were mentioned, all I did was got the sort of like Google 7. So I'm not going to say I'm an expert behind the ideology behind them. I've just got them 7 words, and with those 7 words is how I've tried to establish it. When it says do not engage in incestuous, adulterous, or homosexual relationships. So, this is something that needs to be discussed by the courts and legal systems. But the situation here is, it's something that we don't do. But what is the punishment associated with it? It doesn't say kill anyone who denies God or kills anyone who denies.
Not denying God if you blaspheme out loud. Okay, here's what they'll tell you. Okay, the maximum threshold, yes, is death, but you're always punished. So if you get caught practicing sodomy, you could be put to death if the society is strict, but you might just be put in jail or fined or something like that. And that doesn't work for me either. Just because I'm not being put to death, I don't want homosexuals being fined for having sex.
The thing here is, Vincent, I totally agree with you. I understand where you're coming from. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is, what rules are we going to choose for the next generation that will work? What rules are we going to choose for our institutions? The Noahide laws or secular Quranism is being put on the table. What alternatives can we place? Something that's going to work. I mean, I take on board that you are rejecting some of these because obviously they're very, very anti your ideology and in your lifestyle and your philosophy. So what can you present as an alternative?
Well, I used to present Hinduism when I thought it was an alternative, and then I realized it's just the same thing. But now I only work for homosexuals and the homosexual takeover of society. I don't care about what heterosexuals want. I don't care about them. They don't care about me. And
wait. Are you saying that you want a society where homosexuals control?
Yes, and that we would use either artificial wombs or humanized animal wombs in order to reproduce. Yes, and I do follow Beyondism, which was started by Raymond Cattell, and basically he said that it's moral relativism. We don't know what the best way to live is, so we might as well splinter up into a bunch of different societies and observe each other, and whoever's genetics and social customs are the best, absorb them. So that's basically my religion is Beyondism, and I think that is a good alternative. It's a scientific morality system. You say, well, okay, we have moral relativism. We don't know what's best. We don't know what's going to work best in the future. We don't know what's going to help us survive. So, let's just operate as different societies. And if you do good, steal those genes and concepts. If you do bad, purge those genes and concepts.
I'll be true, you're the first person I've ever met who's had this kind of philosophy. I mean, this is a new thing to me. I really didn't believe that people actually thought these things, but obviously you do. You think this is a reality that you would be quite happy to, sort of a future that you want to walk into. I think the only thing I can say here, Vincent, is we are like two different paths here. I cannot find a middle ground with you where, if that is the alternative, you know yourself that, none of the religions will be able to. The alternative that you offer the world of, a homosexual dominated world where children are created by artificial wombs, that is not going to, that just doesn't even resonate with me. It's immediately I'm saying, well, Vincent, I don't understand you, my friend. I really don't. I mean, you talk a lot of sense, and you've got a lot of great ideas, but as a solution, my friend, this presents nothing to me. It may be quite good for you, but I don't think this is something that can ever be universally accepted. I mean, at least
it's not supposed to be universally accepted. It's only supposed to be accepted by people who want to do it. And what I'm saying is that use the artificial wombs to breed until we're the larger population, and then just get rid of everybody else. I'm not looking for universalism, and I'm not looking to take over my lifetime. This is a long-term plan. But what's going to happen is, hopefully, I am going to bring it down to you. Is it going to be the gays, or is it going to be Noahide? And I want to force their hand to make the decision for the Noahide law, so I have an excuse to obliterate them.
Well, I'm going to be quite truthful. I'm not into divination, but I can tell you what the future is going to be. Right. And if we can't get, no one else can provide any solutions, the natural solution is going to be Islam. Islam will take over the world, and it will impose Sharia. There will be no arguments about.
Not if we educate their women and they stop having sex with their men like white women do. We have to go in there where right now gays have a position where we can go in, we can bomb them, force them to install gay rights, force them to educate their women. Their women will rebel and not want to sleep with them anymore. I mean, we can just do this with social liberalism. The only problem is that the liberals that are in control now are not hard liberals. They're not militant liberals. They're soft liberals. They want Islam coming into the West, and they're going to capitulate like they did when they tried to teach, gay classes, and all the Muslims went and protested and they took it out. I mean, we have to get rid of the soft liberals.
Either way, Islam is going to be the majority, and they will slowly implement Sharia, and it'll be their version of the Noahide laws, and there will be no arguments about it, and there will be punishments attached. Myself, who's quite fearful of the Islamic intolerance of what they perceive as idolatry, is for me quite worrying, because I live in an area where I've seen intolerance by the Muslims. So having the Noahide laws, being a secular society with rules, is much more attractive to me than, say, living under Sharia. I would be happy if it was a particular Muslim ideology, but the Sunni Shia ideology, which is currently the main ones, I would find it very, very difficult. It is a problem. These changes are coming. Nobody wants them. I would prefer to go back to the good old days where men were men and women were women, and we knew what was right and wrong. But in the 60 odd years that I've been around, everything just seems to have turned itself upside down. Your amazingly crazy theory, is just that. It's something that I could never ever accept, understand.
Well, I'm not asking you to. I'm not actually, I want to push you into the Noahide camp. I want people to say, well, if I have to make a decision and I cannot exist except what Vincent is promoting. So, I'd rather the Noahide laws. And there are, look, this is happening in the West, where white men who are anti-Semitic and do not like Jews said, if it will stop immigration, if the Jews, because there is an anti-immigration agenda in the Noahide laws, if it'll stop immigration and it'll stop bringing all these brown people into our countries, I'll accept it. If I'm desperate, and that's what they're trying. There's a theory out there that Jews are promoting homosexuality to make people desperate, and will accept anything.
No, I see where you're coming from, but I think you sort of still misunderstand. I think that having sort of basic rules are just additions to your personal morality. It was just an idea of having society being more responsible in the eyes of what people would see as God's rules. It's nothing more than that. We have our additional moralities which are attached to it. Whether we argue, at the holidays or the festivals, it's neither here nor there. What we're looking at is the idea of application of a practical set of rules that we can all work within all our societies. And to be truthful, I don't want to see India declining. For me, it's a very, very personal thing. It's a land of my ancestors. It's a belief system I grew up with. I don't want to see it corrupted or go the same way as Christianity or the West. I will do anything that I can to try and prevent that.
You just said anything that you can, and eventually it is going to come down. Look, there's only one religion out there that gets rid of these problems. Not even Islam. Islam allows idolatry to a degree. Islam, I don't know if it allows blasphemy, but it allows idolatry to a degree, and it's a little bit confused about homosexuality, a tiny bit. But the Noahide laws, there's no confusion. It gets rid of the problem totally, and there's no, oh, well, maybe some gays are good, blah, blah, blah. No, none of that.
I think, Vincent, the real thing at the end of the day is no matter which system of rules is eventually adopted, as long as it's good for society, it would be a positive. But ultimately, it's never going to affect my morality. So I rather hope that whatever is adopted is in addition to what I believe in and what other people want to believe in the form of idea of doing good. But if it's bad, if it's killing people or being intolerant towards them, then maybe I wouldn't be so much in agreement, and I would then be standing and opposing certain ideas. But I will oppose the ideas. But the reason why I'm not going to push it off the table is I don't have an alternative. If I had a better alternative, I could say, well, hang on, Vincent. Yeah, I've got something new to the Noahide laws or secular Quranism. I haven't. And nobody else seems to be. You have a novel idea. That's great. But who else? Nobody else is presenting any kind of real solutions to the problems we are facing.
Look, with that attitude, you are helping the Noahide laws by not resisting them, by not saying, okay, no, by not saying absolutely not, no way, get out of here. You're helping them because you are softening and mitigating any opposition to them. Even just as a person who's more neutral about them and says, well, I can see some aspects are good and maybe I wouldn't kill people, but there are parts of it that are okay. And like you're confusing the waters. It's like Shatuf, like it's in Shatuf, that's soft polytheism, confusing the waters between monotheism and polytheism. That's what you're doing. You're confusing things and you're confusing people. And so you're helping the enemy.
Well, at the moment, I don't see them as an enemy, but when the final fight comes, if it ever does come to that, I will stand with all those values that I was brought up with. And so far at the moment, the things that, putting aside the Noahide laws because they're so contentious, I'm just going to say the 10 Commandments. I was brought in a society with 10 commandments, which I've happily lived for most of my life, and they've supplemented my own morality. So that's what I'm going to be more inclined towards. The Noahide law are part of that. But all I want is a society that was functioning like it was previously. Nobody was beating up gay people in the 60s. My friend...
but they were torturing their gay sons. It was very common to tell your gay sons they're going to hell and throw them out of the house. And I mean, gay people have always been tortured or continue to be tortured. There's absolutely no reconciliation between heterosexuals and homosexuals.
Vincent,
you were born...
That wasn't the parents' fault. The fault was the government had lost its way, and it was allowing the propagation of like such ideologies as acceptable. So people did normally grow up and think, well, yeah, it's okay. It's okay for me to have a relationship with a person of the same sex or whatever, because there's something wrong with it. Because you were taught that. The school, our society, our media, everything promoted that. Your mums and dads who came from an older generation, how else could they react?
They're animals. The heterosexuals are just dangerous, wild animals. Of course, you're going to accept like that. It's just like the old adage of the scorpion that got on the frog's back and said, "Take me across the river, and I won't sting you." And he stung them, and they both drowned. And he said, "Well, I'm a scorpion. What did you expect from me? What did you expect from me? What do you expect from heterosexuals? You're born with an intense hatred for gay people. It's natural to you, and you'll never, even when you've been whipped into the closet, you still plot and plan to get back out of there and destroy us. So, I mean, there's just no reconciliation between the two."
The thing is, saying that you don't want it promoted in society is a lot different to saying that you hate it.
Yeah, the way you could tell by this is what my mother says. I only hate homosexual, I only hate homosexuality, not homosexuals. Yet she'll sit around making fun of them. She doesn't care when her friends say they hate them. My mother's friends say to her face, "I hate homosexuals." She still associates with them. She likes those people. Don't tell me you don't hate homosexuals. That if your friend said if my mother's friend told her I hate black people, she would stop associating with them. Don't tell me you love homosexuals when you associate with people who openly have bitter, intense hatred for homosexuals.
I've mixed with people who have bitter, intense hatred for lots of things. Vincent, that's the way the world goes. I don't tend to sort of like get
Not
into
racism. Okay, fine. If somebody said I hate Indian people, you would associate with them?
No, I've had that. I grew up in a country, right? 60s UK was not welcoming, wasn't diverse. We grew up with lots of racism. We grew up with a national front. We grew up with, I couldn't even tell you the amount of my wonderful racial experiences I had growing up in this country. I mean, maybe you might be able to relate to this, but at 4 o'clock when the school bell used to go, there used to be a queue of white people ready to have a fight with me. I remember running every 4 o'clock with maybe 20, 30 white people who all wanted to beat me up because I was an Indian. Oh, I've grown up with it.
And if somebody told me that they hated Indian people and I was their friend, you would have a problem with that. But it's okay for my mother to be friends with people who hate homosexuals.
No. You could say I don't accept something, but that doesn't negate the person. I'll give an example. I can't use anyone person. It's not about what that person is. At the end of the day, our relationships are built on many, many other factors. I don't think, if you have got a friend who hates Hindus, well, he's your friend. But you're talking to me, saying you're talking to me quite nicely, so I'm not going to hate you for that. If somebody wants to hate me for being a Hindu, well, I'm quite used to that.
And I'm their best friend, and they do nothing but sit around and talk about how they hate Hindus all day, and I'm their best friend. You don't have a problem with that?
But I don't sit with anyone who talks all day about hating gay people. I'm the only person who says my ideology.
I'm talking about a hypothetical. Don't bring reality when I'm talking about
hypothetically or reality. I don't have these discussions about homosexuality with anyone.
Okay, but there are people. Let's talk about if 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 I was friends with an anti-Hindu, anti-Indian person, you wouldn't appreciate it very much.
Well, how would it affect me?
You wouldn't appreciate it. I mean, you wouldn't be in love with that idea that I'm sorry, you would have some reservation about me because I am associating with people who hate you, and I know that they hate you, and I listen to them talk negatively about you, and I say nothing. And look, I heard my mother, when they said I hate homosexuals, she said yes. She did say yes, and then when I called her out on that, she said, "Well, not everyone expresses themselves perfectly in every moment." If somebody said I hate Indian people and I said yes, what would you think?
That you hated Indian people.
Yeah, and then I came back to you and said, "Well, not everyone expresses their full emotions perfectly in every instance." Would you accept that?
Yeah, I'd say, well, which Indians didn't you like and why? I'd be quite interested to know exactly why you hated Indians. For me, it would be a good starting point.
Okay, and exactly what about if I want to know exactly why they hate homosexuals?
Who?
Anyone. If I ask my mother, well, I want to know exactly why your friend hates homosexuals.
Well, ask her.
Okay, but you're missing the point.
Sorry.
You're missing the point is that you're guilty by association. There's such thing as guilt by association. If
the friend of my friend has a different philosophy, then my friend is guilty by association.
If I were friends were anti-Semites, Jews would not be my friend, and you would understand that. But you don't understand if homosexuals don't want to be around people who have friends that are anti-homosexual.
I don't know anybody like that.
Vincent, I'm afraid I have to point out to you that you also associate with homophobes.
No, but I'm not in that. They're not my friends. They're not my friends that I endear and bring into my house and have them come and teach my children. I don't have homophobes come into my house and teach my homosexual child.
Well, they are the majority, I suppose. I mean, that is a problem. Most people. Well, I think you're just offended about your mother, aren't you?
Well, I think, she's guilty by association, because if she was associating with anti-Semites, nobody would hang out with her. But she's allowed to hang out with anti-homosexuals, and everyone's her friend.
Well, at least she... I suppose she's just saying she wishes you weren't gay.
I know, but in common society, if I had Nazi friends, people would say, you know what, Vincent, I can't deal with you. I'm sorry. It's unacceptable. You're not allowed in my friend group. You're not allowed in my house. I don't want you here. But if I was my friends were anti-homosexual, oh, well, they just have a different opinion than me. That's fine.
But she's a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. That generally in society, if your friends are anti-homosexual, you have a place in society. If your friends are anti-Semites, you don't have a place in society.
Well, it depends on which group you're in. I mean, if you are in a group of homophobes, then you're not you're not allowed to be nice to gay people. It depends on which group you're in. But I guess your mother wants to keep her Jehovah's Witnesses friends.
In general society, if you're associating with anti-Semites, you do not. Now it's changing. Okay, now it's changing because the society is becoming anti-Semitic. But generally, in previous generations, if you were associating with anti-Semites, you had no place in society.
But there was a time when anti-Semitism was general. Ulrich, you said you had some theory about the Jews, talking about the Jews. Do you want to share it with us?
Which one? I've got loads.
You got loads, okay.
And most of them are quite offensive, so...
Okay, better not then.
I'm not anti-Semitic, but I do believe that they are part of the controllers that control this world.
Yeah. I think Vincent was asking. Were you
Oh yes,
asking?
I'm confused because wasn't it you in the when I was saying Hindus are so pro-Zionist, or wasn't it you that were saying that that's a confusion and a problem? And
No, I remember you saying that we were shills,
yes,
and I said, well, yeah, the misguided Hindus are shills because they think that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which which was actually agreeing with you, Vincent, there, because I was saying that yes, they are shills and they're misguided.
yeah, but okay, but you're failing to understand. This is what it was. If if I thought that Hinduism had a place for hard polytheism and that this was just a misunderstanding, I would have stayed. But I have come to realize that by your very nature, you are Noahides, and by your very nature, you will be under Jewish control. If Hindus were hard polytheists like me, they would say, no, I'm not shilling for you. I'm not working for you. I understand who you are, and I see right through you. But the thing is that on your base level, you are Noahides, and you are manipulatable because you're soft polytheists.
Okay.
And I don't believe soft polytheism or monotheism is allowed to exist because I believe in maintaining moral relativism. I believe in getting rid of universal values. There are no universal values. And when I say impose non-monotheism, that's not a universal value. Not everyone believes in that. I'm doing that because I believe it's true, not because God says it's true, not because it is true. I personally want it to be that way. I don't lie and make up universal values and say, God, how could you say something is a universal value if not everyone holds it? Then it's not a universal value. You're lying.
Maybe it wasn't the best word to use.
Well, it's not,
But But
mhm.
Vincent, it's like you saying moral relativism. Well, moral relativism is the antithesis of having divine rules because, like, then your morality is totally subjective. You see, I believe, right, that in order for man to evolve, man sort of goes through a number of stages, and the final stage is when he connects with God, he starts to realize and think from a more objective level. As man's starting, he's very hedonistic, very tribal. As he becomes more intelligent and he gains a bit of rationality and he can think, we start to get societal values. But then again, we've still got other values that corrupt things. That's a level of moral relativism. When we find God, we think objectively for the good of everybody rather than for the good of the one, which is what
No,
moral.
not good for everyone, not good for homosexuals, not good for women, not good for children. It's about heterosexual men being in charge and dominating everyone else and making their lives shit. Don't tell me you care about everyone. You don't care about your gay sons. You don't care about your daughters. You don't care.
I care about society, and the way I care about society is I weigh up what is in the good for society as opposed to the negative effects of society, and I go with that decision.
Yeah, that's subjective, and you deny that that's a subjective value, and you pretend it's a universal value when it's really not.
Well, the universal value is the good of the whole rather than the good of the one.
So, but you would say anti-homosexuality is a universal value, wouldn't you?
Well, I would say yes. I would have to say yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so then, but you're lying. How could it be a universal value if we don't all agree with it? How is that an objective universal value then?
Well, when we say it's an objective universal value, these are the teachings that we're giving to society. When we become enlightened, we work out what is the best for society, and the conclusion was homosexuality isn't.
And so, who's deciding what's best for society?
What we call the enlightened people. The ones
so that not everyone who don't even agree amongst each other, and then someone just.
I could give you. Let's say your mum and dad they've, by the time that they're sort of mid 40s, 50s, they have a wealth of experience by which to guide us. When we talk about universal values, it's about all those things that have worked so far, things that we believe in as a collective. When we say universal, I suppose universal to our group, to our community, to our society.
Well, okay, wait. Muslims, which you are scared of, say that their values are universal. So how do I know their values are not the real values that are universal?
Well, I haven't read the Quran, so I can't really answer that one properly. But
well, you said you're scared of Sharia.
No, what I'm scared of is the interpretation of Sharia, depending on which dominant Muslim group gets into power. I'm not frightened of Islam. I accept fully that Islam is coming to Britain within the next 5 years. I'm one of the few people that have been turning around and saying, look, we are going to become Islamic. There's no arguments against that. Within 5 years, Sharia will be implemented. The only thing I think about is I would like a nice version, a more tolerant version of Islam, one of the many different other interpretations rather than the strict Wahhabism interpretation of Islam. That's what I'm frightened of. At the end of the day, do I care? No. I'll tell you why. Because it'll be a lot better than the society we've got now with this ideology and everything. I would rather live under Islam than live in a society where morality, everything's become fluid and it's all gone down the pan. It doesn't have to be. It was once a wonderful Christian society, worked wonderfully. Well, it doesn't now. It's all shit. If Islam is going to repair it, then I'm all for that.
This is what I'm talking about. Hindus are going to make the wrong decision. If you're going Islam, there's not that much of a difference between going Muslim and going Noahide.
It's not about going anything. It's just about living in a society. Because don't forget, you can live under Islam and be a Hindu. You have to pay some kind of tax or whatever. I don't have to convert to them. All I'm saying is they will bring law and order. A secular Quranism is the same kind of idea, but we don't have God in the mixture. We just have the institutions who use the same religious values that the majority of us as a community can decide upon, which we call universal. Thing is, Vincent, this is like a snake biting its own tail, because we both do come from very opposing camps. I'm very, very conservative, and I've got this sort of like belief that really we need rules, we need Sharia, or we need divine laws to keep man on his path. The reason why I say that is I'm very dissatisfied with the way this world has turned out in the last 60 years. I really believed by the time I got to my 60s that this world was going to be all that wonderful. It's a fucking shithole. You know, it's not worth bringing children up into it. Everything is turned upside down. All I want is some kind of world with some kind of order, some sense. That's not much to ask for. And the thing is, if Islam brings it, Noahide laws brings it, whoever, I'll embrace it. But I will embrace anything that doesn't promote this mad anarchy, this moral relativism, which I personally find is the cancer of our modern day society. Moral relativism, what it means is you pick and choose your own gods, you pick and choose your own morals. That is the end of society when we start doing that.
No, well, according to Beyondism, it's scientific in that you observe a society. So if a society allows drug use, where does that society go? And so the other societies decide, okay, are we going to allow drug use or not?
I think each society will understand what is best for its next generation. We don't do it for what we want now. We create a world for our children, and their children. It's something that we're passing on. What our moral responsibility is to create a good world for them, a world that works. This world was once working. It's just slowly been falling apart. And at the end of the day, I advocate religion as a solution, but obviously that never works. So therefore, things like Noahide laws or Sharia or whatever, I think they're much more viable alternatives than us making up our own rules and our own gods and our own rituals as we progress through life. If you say, well, then you are standing with the Noahide, you've been corrupted and you will do all those bad things, and yes, I will. I will actively fight against any society that is heading towards moral relativism. I don't care who it is. I will join any religion that will oppose it. The last religion standing, I will join, as long as it stops moral relativism.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I told you. And at first you denied it, but now you admit it that, if it comes down to it, everyone, all the Hindus are going to make the wrong decision. 99.99% of Hindus are going to go the wrong way. And that's why I'm warning everyone. But also, I don't think I'm just warning homosexuals. I'm warning white Christians too. First of all, Indians, I was a Hindu for 10 years and was amongst them. They absolutely have a rabid hatred for white people. They would rather replace white people and live under Jews than allow white Christians to have any kind of power. And, don't laugh at me because I was around them. They're very nasty about white people.
No, I wasn't laughing at you, Vincent. I was coughing.
Oh, well, I mean, the thing is that, I'm warning them too. And I'm telling them, if you're a white Christian, beware of these rabid Zionist Noahide Hindus, because they have it in for you. They have it in for society. They're angry because of colonialism and because the Christians went in there and they see the Jews, even though there's Noahide conversions going on in India, they see the Jews as these people that never did anything wrong to them, even though the Jews were desperately involved in colonialism and the colonization of India. And the Jews are these perfect chosen people that have never done anything wrong, and they're going to help us fight all these evil white people, and we're going to slowly undermine their society. And you're not even going to bring Hinduism; you're going to bring Noahidism, because you're going to subvert yourselves. You're subverting. The Hindus are already subverting their own religion in order to be Noahide compliant. The rabbis have told them, you have to change some things. You want to be on board with us, you're going to have to change some things. And the Hindus are going to change.
Well, hang on, Vincent. Well, since my parents taught me this, and this was taught to them by their parents, where do these rabbis come in? This is our own religion. This is, we may sound similar to the Noahide laws, but we have got the same principles within our own society. Just because it sounds, we can say okay with the Noahide laws because they don't go against what we believe in. It's just like agreeing with someone. I mean, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it.
Okay, well, I think you're proving my point, and I think that anyone who is okay, I'll put it this way: Christians, you're a lost cause. You're going Noahide anyway, and half of you don't care about the Noahide laws and are on that side. So if you are a white, hard polytheistic pagan on here listening, this is your enemy. Know thy enemy. I think I don't need to explain any further who the Hindus are and what their agenda is. And like a Hindu, you're much more slippery about it. You don't just come out and say, like John Vance, like set up the courts and just kill everyone. Like, it's more of this kind of soft kill, this like soft entrance, and you make it kind of fluid, and that's what you're good at. You're good at being indirect, and you're also good at doing things behind people's back. That I learned when I was a Hindu. Nobody insulted me to my face. Nobody insulted me to my face. It was all backstabbing and lies behind my back, and everything was behind my back. And, this is how you operate. And so, and what's really scary is that all these white hard polytheists are falling for you. You look like polytheists. A lot of your ideas on consciousness are cool. Your rituals are cool. It looks cool. Your temples look cool. And, do not fall for this, because what you've heard today on here is real Hinduism.
Yes, I suppose you're quite correct. It is real Hinduism, but really at the end of the day, what it is, it's an old ideology. These are the rules that we've always followed. if they align with other rules, then who's to say that we're not going to support them? I'm going to support something that aligns with my own morality at the end of the day, and if these rules do, then that's where I will stand. But like I says, anything but moral relativism. I don't think that is a viable solution for our society. I think that is the reason why we're all facing the madness that we're all living in today. Like I said, I don't really care. I just want everyone to believe in a God and get back to being normal. And if rules can lead us there, then I'm all for those rules. And
Okay.
I asked you for your, the alternative, and you quite kindly presented it, and I was quite truthful. I rejected it. It's not something that I can go along with. So not in any aspect. So I will. And the thing is, you said that we're wishy-washy, backstabbing behind the, behind your back, all that kind of thing. Well, what it is I don't want to be in a situation where I have to turn around and say, okay, this is the stand. What you want me to do is draw that line. And, if you force me to draw the line, then I will have to stand on the opposite side. Whereas I'm quite happy to sort of be fluid, as you say. But when the time comes, I'm quite clear. I am your friend. And yeah, all my friends don't like gay people. It's that kind of analogy.
Well, yes, and I've accomplished exactly what I wanted to accomplish, and so I've drawn the line. So I have a blog spot called gaymilitant.blogspot.com, and in there, not only do I talk about these artificial wombs and stuff like that and getting rid of heterosexual people, but, the other thing, I don't allow monotheism. There's no monotheism. You would be put to death for monotheism because it negates moral relativism. So by me what I did is I inverted the Noahide law. So you have Noahides that are saying, I want to get rid of moral relativism and homosexuality. So I came and I said, I want to get rid of monotheism and heterosexuality. So I've drawn a line in the sand. Now, let's say that we both turn into big groups and it's a war. I want people like you to say, well, if I have to choose a side, let me choose the Noahide side. And then I can just prove, well, look, you're evil and you've chosen this, so I have the right to obliterate you. That was my whole point. People don't understand. Okay, Claire doesn't understand. She wants secular Quranism. I want Noahidism to take over because it's radical. I want people to say kill homosexuals. I don't want secular Quranism that's like, well, okay, you can be gay, but you can't show it in public, and that's soft, and then people will get confused, and the gays won't rebel that much, and people won't be interested in my philosophy. People would be interested in my philosophy if they're being hunted. And then they will also get a bloodthirst for those people. People won't be as bloodthirsty for secular Quranist blood. They will be bloodthirsty for Noahide blood.
Oh, well, that's an interesting idea, I suppose. Having two groups of us, becoming quite dominant with quite different ideologies, and battling it out at the very end. And one would have thought maybe, as two dominant groups, we could have just spoke to each other. But if it came down to it, battle it is. History's always shown us when two ideologies cannot find a middle ground, then it always ends up the same, doesn't it? Fisticuffs.
And secular Quranism is meant to be the middle ground between liberal democracy and their kind of Sharia or the brutal kind of Noahide laws. Ulrich, some white Muslim woman is asking you about your accent and thinks it might be Scottish.
No, I'm Birmingham. I was born and bred in Birmingham. I've got a Birmingham accent.
Okay, that's what I wanted it confirmed. All right, you heard it from the mouth of Ulrich. I stream with Vincent because he is literally the antithesis of secular Quranism. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Ulrich?
No, I find him quite refreshing. I know that we don't. I know where he's coming from. I know exactly what he thinks, but what Vincent's doing is he's trying to push me into taking a stance, whereas I'm not trying to take that stance. I don't want. If you force me to say well, what is your views on it? I'll say it. But that doesn't reflect the rest of my morality. I like Vincent. He's an interesting person. And his idea was quite mind-blowingly novel. But
Yes, yes, he's gonna abolish women and make all men gay.
I
And the
mean,
next,
he's an enigma because he spent 10 years as a Hindu. I would love one day to sit with him and maybe ask him about his experiences and his travels through Hinduism.
Well,
Because
yeah, I do. You know, I will tell you exactly. I had a problem. I listened to myself and I didn't listen to other Hindus. Other Hindus told me Hinduism is monotheism. We don't believe in hard polytheism. We don't accept homosexuality. Women are supposed to be in their place. And I said, no, no, that's not real Hinduism. Or there's another kind of Hinduism besides that. And, you know, what I did is I made up my own Hinduism. I admitted eventually, I thought, I don't know a thing about Hinduism. I made it all up myself. I made this fantasy, nice, happy, clean land of niceness for myself in Hinduism. And then by the end of it, everyone was just telling me I was a piece of shit and liar and wrong. And so I left.
well, I
And
don't think
I was mistaken. Hinduism is not liberal, understanding, tolerant, kind, clean, forward, scientific, you know, none of that kind of stuff. It's none of what I thought it was or made it out to be.
well, maybe we're not so scientific, maybe we're not so whatever, but what we are trying to do is be kind. And if you ever want to talk about Hinduism and maybe Hindu philosophy off screen, that is, I'd be more than willing to chat with you because I'd like to know about your experiences and which person misguided you. Because I think that you once searched for God and you had a very negative experience, and that's really, I suppose, where you are. It would be nice for you to one day sort of maybe understand that not everything is anti-homosexuality or totally supporting Judaism. We're all trying to find a middle ground. This is why we're sitting here, I suppose, talking. This is why, like, I find Claire so interesting. She's putting a new idea onto the table. You're putting new ideas, and I can understand your defense. I understand where you're coming from, but I think you also must understand that we are totally different people with different backgrounds. I'm married, I'm a father, I have a whole different set of worries that other people don't, say unmarried people or people with same gender partnerships may experience differently. So, I'm going to have this ideology. This is the way I'm going to think about things. But that's not to say that I want to hate you or I want to kill you. I would rather that one day we can all sit down, maybe have rules that worked or found solutions that were better. But to hurt people, that's not really my cup of tea, unless it is they deserve it.
Well, eventually it's going to become inevitable that someone's going to get hurt. But the question is, who's going to get hurt? Is it going to be gay people or is it going to be the Noahides? And I don't want it to be the gay people. So, I'm working on the other side of it. I know for a fact that, none of this is going to be solved without violence. We're not going to all get together and sing Kumbaya. And it's just not happening. And we're not at the violent part right now. So people like you can play this game. You're on the fence. And, well, I do agree with this, but maybe I wouldn't get violent about it. But when the violence breaks out, people make choices, especially if you're forced to make a choice, especially if the Muslims and the gays tell you, well, you're either for us or against us, because taking the middle ground, you help the enemy. So, it's just people are going to make decisions, and the vast majority of people are going to make the wrong decision.
They will. The decisions that you are talking about is that final hill that we stand upon, isn't it? That last stance. We either stand with our values or we fall. So I'm not going to blindly follow any law unless it aligns with my morality. So if they say this, we follow X, Y, Z, as long as I can understand why we're following it and I can see the value of following it, then I will. But if you blindly tell me I must follow an ideology for the hell of it, well, I won't. And if that means I got to fight on my own, well, fair dues. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to die if I had to for my own cause. That's what causes are all about. At least when I go in front of God, I can stand in front of Him unashamed. I'd rather die as a man than castrated, believing other people's religions and following their ways. I have my belief system. I have my morality. I hope that I can encompass everyone into it. I don't have to agree with it, but there are things that I do ban, some things that I don't tolerate. But at the end of the day, these are things to work through, not to really have a conflict. But if conflicts do come, like you said, who gets hurt? Well, we all do, don't we? So, those will be the happy days we've all got to look forward to. I only wish that, if there was any conflict, it wasn't happening now that I'm in my 60s. It would have been a lot preferable to be facing a conflict in my 20s.
Yeah, well, I mean, all this kind of like back and forth soft kill is what got us here. I mean, if people had just kind of been harsh with their values, like I don't believe in taking that middle ground because it just messes everything up. And then it's just like, it's this prolonged death that takes forever.
Vincent, you like it black and white, and I understand at the moment I'm appearing grey. But yes, I respect you for your view. You want it black and white. There's no middle ground for you.
No, there's not. No, there isn't.
No, I see that, and I totally respect it. But at the moment, I'm not in that sort of willing to sort of make that stance. I still think that there's possibilities out there, things and ideas that need to be explored. At the end of the day, it's all coming to a head. I'd rather it ended nicely than it ending horribly. But either way, we're men. We face it, whatever's coming. Anyhow, I'm going to have to go. But before I go, Vincent, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
What birds do you keep?
I keep society finches and silverbills, but I might get some zebra finches.
Right. So you do you live in America?
I live in the U.S. Yeah.
In the U.S. So are your birds like in cages, or they sort of fly around?
No, they have a big cage, a really big cage that they live in, and they're tiny. So
yeah, we have lots of finches in Britain. Anyhow, thank you for sharing that with me, Claire. Thank you very much for re-inviting me on.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for coming. That was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, Vincent. All I'm going to say is I love birds too. I love animals, and I quite like the idea of you and your birds. So,
yeah, actually, I videotape my birds. Ask Claire to get Claire to send you my channel, or if you know what my channel is, I have videos Claire, of my birds.
If Claire can, I would really appreciate it because I would like to see your birds.
Sure.
I'll send it to you.
Again, thank you both. Good evening. Bye, Claire.
Good evening.
Thank you all
Bye.
for your contribution. Huh. Well, I'm pleased you met the two of you.
Yeah, I dragged it out of him, that, like, this is my whole point, get everyone to take a position, force people to take a position. So if it's just the Noahide laws, people can say, well, I agree with some of it, but not all of it, but I don't believe in killing people. But then you make it that it's either the Noahide laws or a gay utopia where gay fascists are in control. And then they're going to say, well, if I have to make a decision, I'm going to go.
Well, yes. And that's a good idea because then we won't have these yes and no answers. That allow so many people to have their cake and eat it. And I'll use this kind of method just to be able to tell people apart.
People like to hide, and it's just soft kill, and I don't think that they're completely and totally honest. I don't think that because the thing, gay children being taught gay things in school, people feel so strongly about that they would prefer the Noahide laws. They would prefer that.
Well, okay, what I'm trying to say is that, Carol, after all this time of talking about me, is just taking the position, oh, we'll never accept the Noahide laws, and then denying that a certain amount of anti-Semitism is not behind it, and I keep trying to tell her, look, I'm not saying the Noahide laws will be imposed on you, or that rabbis will be interpreting the laws for us. I'm saying all they have to do is rank the four Gentile religions, and after that we'll leave them alone, and because it'll be obvious for the Gentile, to the reasoning Gentile capable of taking a hint, that Christianity should be abandoned and Islam adopted. That is my plan. I'm not proposing that Gentiles subject themselves to rule by rabbi, which is kind of what she still thinks I'm trying to do. So she still doesn't get it, or maybe is pretending not to get it, I don't know. So I don't know if she's doing it on purpose or if she really cannot understand, but that is kind of where we are, where Carol and I are now. Obviously I don't want to live under the Noahide laws because of the idolatry and blasphemy attracting the penalties of death. And you want to hide it from people until it's too late. But I guess most Muslims, they only do their narrow little thing, and they're not interested in talking about the Noahide laws. And if you try to explain it to them, they'll take Carol's attitude and say, who needs the Noahide laws? It's just the Jews telling us what to do. I'm not going to subject myself to their authority, and that's how they think when they reject it. And when I say, well, which ones, which of the Noahide laws do you object to? They can't actually point to anything other than they reject it because it's Jewish. Again, confirming their anti-Semitism.
That's why it's going to take over. That's why it's going to take over, because nobody can. Okay, you have one side fighting for it with all their tooth and nail, and then you have the other side that's saying, well, there's nothing wrong with it, I just don't want it.
Yeah, and they can't give a reason other than, we hate Jews and we're not going to subject ourselves to their authority. And I'm saying, actually, okay, I promote it because I see that as helpful in getting Christians to give up Christianity and adopt Islam. And if they are more prepared to consider Islam, they're more prepared to consider secular Quranism. That's why I promote it. But I don't actually want them to, subject themselves to rule by a rabbi.
Okay, you always say rule by rabbi. It's more like consultation with rabbi.
Well, ultimately you are asking them how to interpret. You have to ask them because, they're the ones who will be interpreting the law. And the Noahide laws come from the Talmud. And
not always, and not always, and you have 50 rabbis with 50 opinions, so you can just take whichever opinion you want. It's not like, it's not like there's going to be one rabbi and only his opinions can be implemented. You'll have millions of rabbis, and then you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, by the opinion you like best. But even so, that it will be resented by people who don't trust Jews and don't see why they should subject themselves or that they should even consult rabbis. And I think, and I would agree with that attitude. We will consult rabbis to the extent that it is useful for us to do so. If you will just rank the Gentile religions properly and produce, the ranking that that Islam is most and Christianity least Noahide, you will have done your job. I'm not asking them to do anything harder than that, or subject themselves to the Inquisition, but they still won't do that. Because they're still afraid of saying that Christianity is idolatry.
Well, there's nothing. Yeah,
if they were not afraid of it, they don't want to be promoting the religion of the people they hate. So that's their problem.
It's endless. It's endless. But you know, I hope, Jesus Christ, I hope that woke someone up, even though it took a lot to wrangle it out of him, but I hope it woke someone up. I mean, wake up about this Hindu threat. I mean, even though, look, I mean, even though they're, what's the word that I'm looking for? Okay, he came off as slightly ambivalent with them. Well, he promotes them, but he doesn't want to kill people under them and that kind of thing. So, that is going to fool people. You really have to have a subtle mind in order to see through these people, and you have to be on top of it.
Well, it's not agreed that
Wait, who's Dixon Siddall? Is that Ulrich?
no.
Oh, who is it? What is
Well,
Ulrich?
he was the one who was rude to you through Curious Gazelle.
Oh, he was? Okay, let me follow him. What was I gonna say? What is Ulrich?
But he's Hindu.
What do you have, your email or something? Ulrich's email?
Yes.
Oh, can you send that to me in an email?
Okay.
I'll email him my birds. Okay. Dangerous, 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 dangerous. Wake up. You know, I can't, I've been screaming this for 10 years now, 10 whole long years. And, you know, people are just, they can't see through it.
Well, they sort of don't acknowledge the existence of something unless they've been told to, acknowledge it by the media. So if the media won't feature, if the media won't report on the Noahide laws or the Noahides, then it's like, well, it doesn't really exist, so there's no point talking about it. I mean that's how people think. If it hasn't been reported, it hasn't happened, and there's no need to worry about it.
Well, it is reported in Israeli newspapers, and that Israeli newspapers at least talk about it. They don't talk about beheading, but they do talk about it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it does seem a bit remote, but I guess anything could happen. But basically, the Noahide laws are only useful to me insofar as they promote Islam above Christianity and lowers Christianity to below Hinduism. And I keep wanting to make this point so that Christians know the true position of how God would regard them if he did exist.
Claire, this is what you're asking for. So the rabbis have a nutritious meal to hand out to school children for lunch. It has all the basic nutrients in it, and it's a whole meal, and it's really healthy, and it's organic, and that's the Noahide laws. And then they have two more plates. One is full of poop and pee, and one is full of poop, pee, vomit, snot, pus, blood, okay, all this kind of stuff. And you're basically saying, endorse my poop and pee plate and make it better than eating poop, pee, pus, snot, blood, that kind of stuff. And the rabbis are just going to say, we're not feeding children poop and pee. We're feeding them our nutritious meal, thank you very much. And we're not endorsing your poop and pee tray.
Well, I'm saying Islam is not poop and pee. It is the final revelation to humanity from the same God who revealed the Torah to Moses. And if Jews are going to deny that, they can't find a verse in the Torah that says Gentiles will not receive their own revelation from God. And they have received
They
their
didn't need
revelation
to.
from God.
God told the Jews to be a light unto the nations. He didn't tell them how. They found a way to be how. There was no need for a second revelation. The Noahide laws were in place, before Islam, and the Gentiles just rebelled. If God exists, the Gentiles were, instead of, it just wasn't time. It was, well, okay, if you do believe in God, you believe that God spread Islam to be a predecessor to the Noahide laws, just as Christianity, even though it is false, was a predecessor to the Noahide laws. Christianity and Islam are supposed to melt into the Noahide laws. Islam is not supposed to be there for all time and all seasons.
Who said that?
The Jews do. The rabbis do. No, the rabbis say that.
Well, they talk rubbish. I mean, they have no authority for the proposition that Gentiles would never receive their own revelation.
There was no need for it. Not God. The Jews are supposed to be a light unto the nations, not
but
God.
they're not doing their job, so obviously
They already
God,
did it on. They did it on God's timing, not yours.
No, the point is that they were supposed to have done it, and they haven't done it, and they refuse to do it.
They are doing it, Claire. They're doing it now when the time of the concealment is over.
Okay.
They weren't.
Who's
supposed to do
doing
it.
They're not doing it properly. They're not talking about
no,
it.
Claire,
They're sneaking around.
Claire, they're doing it in their own process. They're doing it in the way God told them to do it, and they're doing it. And they're doing it in a way that works so that they don't get in trouble, so they don't get executed, so they don't get murdered. They're being clever about it. And what does Islam do besides cause conflict? They don't want conflict like with Islam. They don't want people in the streets protesting the spread of Noahide laws like they do with Sharia.
Well, I mean, the fact is that, obviously there will be people who want to maintain the status quo, which is Christo-liberalism. So they're not going to be happy about any change, whether it be the Noahide laws or secular fascism or, whatever. They're not going to be happy. So, but anyway, this is what the Jews have been doing. Were made God's chosen people to do. They were supposed to be light unto the nations, and they haven't been doing it. And I said, just write the four Gentile religions. You don't even have to deal with them if you hate them so much you can't bear to talk to them. And they still won't.
Claire, you think that when people don't do things on your time, they're not doing anything?
Yeah, because I know why they won't do it. Because to do it would be an admission that they have of their omission. To start doing it now would be an admission of their omission. And
they weren't supposed to do it fully. And first of all, there were Noahides in medieval Europe, so they were trying and it didn't work out. But
and then there was Schneerson, so it's within our lifetimes, maybe. Okay. Anyway, Schneerson was big in the 80s, right?
Yes,
and Schneerson said Jews had an obligation to teach Gentiles the Noahide laws by peaceful means if possible, but by force if necessary. He said that. And he got the Americans to establish or pass an edict or something. Not an edict, sorry, what was the expression? A proclamation.
Yeah, and that's bigger than what Muslims have ever gotten done. You want to talk about Muslims? There's more Muslims in America, I think. Well, I don't know if there's more Muslims or Jews, but there's 1 million Muslims in New York City, which is like a lot. And the point is that have Muslims gotten a proclamation passed? No, they haven't, and they couldn't. And that shows the awesome power. If God exists, he's obviously working through the Jews because he got the government to set a proclamation saying the Noahide laws are the foundation of America. Muslims could never do that. And that's what I told my mother. I said, fuck you, Jehovah. Jehovah predicted the world 3 times over would be destroyed, and it never happened. And I said, could Jehovah's Witnesses get their religion instituted as the state religion and proclamation? No, they couldn't.
No, because they're Christian.
I know, but no one else could do that. Not even Muslims. Hindus could
Yeah,
not do
because
that.
Jews are the senior branch. Everybody knows
I know,
that.
but obviously, if God exists, He's working in their favor and wants the government to accept Noahidism and not Islam. It's just apparent from the fact that
No,
so
it's a
few.
pincer movement. God is making everybody, putting everybody on notice that they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
No,
Because
the rabbis are doing, and God isn't. Look, if I were religious, I would say, Claire, did Muslims, is Islam declared the religion of America? No. Is
not
Noahidism
yet,
declared?
not yet.
Okay, but Noahidism already got there first, and there's less Jews in the world than there are Muslims. 1 billion Muslims can't do what 20 million Jews did.
Okay, but the only reason why Education and Sharing Day became established in America was because it was a meaningless proclamation, or so.
There's no such thing. A statement like that from the government is not meaningless.
Well, you told me that you went through school and didn't even notice
It's not
Education and Sharing
I know, but
Day.
now it's coming in. Now it is coming in. Claire, I get sick of you when these rabbis are smarter than you, and you throw it in their face and you say you're not doing it my way. Your way's fucked up, Claire. And it's not going to work. Your way doesn't work. Nobody wants secular Quranism. I told you, because it's not nonsense. Whatever you're doing isn't working, and you do nothing but degrade these rabbis who have done more work than you, have written more books than you, who have more followers than you, who have more influence than you, that have the ears of the government. And actually, the only reason that the Noahide laws are not in the media is because the rabbis don't want it there.
Okay, so what was the point of the proclamation? It was just a meaningless
No, it was
gesture.
it was the slow way in. They're doing this slowly now. Now they're bringing prayer. They're bringing a moment. Chabad is bringing a moment of silence into the schools. That will eventually go into Noahidism. And there are proclamations that saying that Noahide needs to be part of the education, and the Noahide laws were added to almost all British school textbooks. They're not ramming it down people's throat right away, like you would. The Jews are not looking to become dictators of the world right now, like you are.
Well, I don't want to be dictator of the world, but I just want the message to be understood loud and clear that Christian liberalism has failed. And okay, so if you want to replace it, then you have Islam, you have the Noahide laws, you have secular Quranism, and I'm saying secular Quranism is the least restrictive of all, and allows the country adopting it to adopt it according to their own legal traditions. So, and I would have thought rabbis would want to help the Gentiles instead of saying, no, it's got to be our way. And if they say no, I'm going to say, well, actually, if you adopt the Noahide laws, there is this capital punishment for idolatry and blasphemy and sodomy and adultery and you better watch out.
What idolater, blasphemer, what Christian cares about idolatry being illegal?
Well, they're stupid, aren't they? So they don't even know that they're the ones practicing idolatry and guilty, and are the ones guilty.
And they never will.
Blasphemy.
Even if every Jew stood up to them and said, you're idolaters and will be beheaded under the Noahide laws, they won't believe it because they're that dumb.
Okay, well, there's no need to put it to them like that. I just want Jews and Muslims to confront the Archbishop of Canterbury and ask him how Christianity is not idolatry, and if he adopts the predictable defense of it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if he's God, to ask him how Jesus is God. And they can't even do that. They can't even get their shit together to do it. Either because they're scared or they're stupid. A few of them have done it, to be fair. And it just needs to be a more focused and unignorable. And I'm not asking them to climb Mount Everest. I'm just saying, anyone who's got a Twitter account, they can just tag Justin Welby with a tweet asking him how Christianity is not idolatry. And that's all they have to do, to discharge their duty. rabbis, Jews, Muslims. There's no point asking Christians because they're fucked in the head.
Oh my God, Claire.
Well, I have to adopt this position, or they'll say, "Oh, who are you? We've been around for millennia. And you just, you were born in the 20th century. You're not even Muslim. You're not even Jewish." It's like, well, of course they're going to adopt that position, and they'll say, "Oh, nobody has a right to tell us, what to do." And the only way to force them to look at their own mess is to ask them about the thing that they're supposed to be doing, i.e. teach the Noahide laws. And they can't point to a single event in history when they actually told a Christian leader what they thought of it. They never told a single...
I know, but Muslims don't do it either, so...
I know. So that's why they're cursed, and that's why we're going to... be punished with World War III, and it's all the fault of the hypocrites who call themselves Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And that's why the Messiah is not coming. Because all these problems that I've said could be easily fixed by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. But since they refuse, the Messiah is not coming, and they're just going to have to endure the horror of World War III. Well, yeah. I mean, they've got no excuse of Jews. It's like, I know they don't want to tell us because they're afraid, apparently. So all they have to do, and they don't even have to be in the same room with those disgusting Gentiles that they can't bear to be with, is to post on social media the ranking of Gentile religions according to their conformity with the Noahide laws. And I know they won't do it, and they'll have all these excuses, but that's all they have to do to discharge their duty to Gentiles.
I don't think... Yes, Islam is poop and pee, and Christianity is poop, pee, vomit, blood, and pus, but, when they have... You don't think Islam is poop and pee, but they know it's poop and pee, and so they're not feeding that to their children, and they're not going to endorse that. No school cafeteria would endorse feeding children shit.
Look, most Westerners aren't Christians. And even those who have been confirmed don't really believe Jesus is God. They just want to be, part of the, their Christian gang, or, going to their particular church. They have no power. I mean, they might as well be, protection racket gangs or whatever. So there's no point talking to the Christians. And I mean, Jews are useful in a sense that, most people think they're magic, including Christians and Muslims who hate them. So that's their power, because they've been around for longest out of all the Abrahamic religions. And that's why Hindus, who are actually older than Jews, Muslims and Christians, respect them. Or in some way find themselves wanting to defer them. But the Jews are superior, if you want to call them that, because of how they organize their religion. They codify it. I mean, Maimonides, they reduce it into easy to remember, commandments and laws and principles. And this, because it's easier to remember, gives Jews their identity that they can easily, rattle off when you ask them. But, we have to acknowledge the fact that Christians never codified their religion. They use the Ten Commandments, but Jews in the background, say, well, they're not for you, they're for us. You just have the Noahide laws. Oops. Oh, but we're not, we're supposed to tell you that, but we don't quite dare.
Oh God, there's just this is horrible.
It is a mess.
No, I mean, this whole thing, I mean, the fact that I have to fight all these powers of darkness and nobody's on my side, it's really, really
I'm helping
exhausting.
you.
No, you're not helping shit.
Well, I mean, you kind of need a sparring partner.
Well, yes, I mean, but your secular Quranism isn't going to help anything.
Well, at least you can say, well, Noahidism is better than secular Quranism, and then, people will get the idea. And I guess we both promote each other's message, even though we don't quite agree with each other's message. And I guess, because we talk about these things, Jews and Muslims are, sometimes interested in what we say. Well, I mean, we've done quite well with a Hindu interested in what we're saying. And my hope is that, others will too. I mean, it is a sticky idea. I mean, that's why we find ourselves talking about it again and again and again. And there are some regulars who keep coming back, like, poor John Vance, who sounds like he's drugged up to the eyeballs on psychotropic drugs.
Oh, God, I don't know. He didn't used to be like that, right? Is it just me, or he never used to be like this?
For a while I thought it was one of those, account impersonators where they just, play the voice of the person that they're impersonating. And kind of press a button like, oh, it's probably time to make John say this or that, but I think it was a real person.
No, that was real. No. He's been coming on my. Well, that's his voice. He's been coming on my channel, and I did interview him recently, and he was rather clear, and he doesn't sound like that, but and this thing that he leaves and then he doesn't really leave. He announces that he's leaving us all behind, and then he doesn't want anything to do with us.
Well, he's been doing that for years. With Jen, I remember him doing it with Jen. That long ago. But I guess, I think it's pretty standard behavior for all these activists who kind of try and promote their message, and then it gets too much and they have a meltdown, and then they have to have a rest cure from all this before returning. I mean, like Thomas Barton Rees that we were talking about the other day.
I was watching him on what's it called? I mean, actually, I can understand. When watching that, I started to understand a little bit why all these men like him. He does have a PhD in math, and he is attractive, and he does. Well, he talks the talk, right? He talks about women, but he blames the whole world for his problems. Like, everything is. I understand the world is messed up and it can mess people up, and I'm not saying that's not true, but it's just, he said the world is the problem, not him, and
yeah.
And he has no job, right? He lives off his parents.
He lives with his parents, so I feel sorry for them. But yeah, I mean,
he has loyalists. Well, supposedly he was gone, and then he came back, and it was like this huge comeback, and supposedly he got like, I don't know, thousands and thousands of views, and I guess he got thousands and thousands of views.
Yes, and I think they like him because he's middle class. He's got something to lose. He goes to the gym. And he still can't get a woman, and they love him for being such a loser. And he's mad and been committed twice already.
No, well, he said that he was never sectioned. That they tried to.
Oh right, okay, my mistake then.
He said they tried to section him, but yeah, no, I mean, doesn't this say something that all these white right-wing men are following a man who doesn't have a job, who lives with his parents?
Yeah, and they're happy doing that because he makes no demands on them. He just wants them to listen to him, and they just like laughing at him. And but he's quite a talented mimic. He can make quite funny jokes. Perhaps he could have been a comedian, but he's obviously not fit to be any kind of political leader, and he doesn't want to be, and none of them want to be either, because it'll mean them being targeted, and they can't. They just can't talk about anything seriously, and you will remember Stephen J. James and George saying, "Oh, you have to be more like us, and treat the whole thing like a joke, and then you'll get more subscribers if you entertain people like us."
Yeah, they said 80% entertainment, 20%, information. And that's this is this goes back a lot to my childhood. Like, Jehovah's Witnesses don't compromise. They don't look. Being a Jehovah's Witness is hard. It's easier now. They've changed a little bit, and not even that much. I wouldn't say Jehovah's Witnesses have sold out. No, I wouldn't say that. The point is, it's hard to be a Jehovah's Witness. There's lots of meetings. You have to go, lots of reading. Then you have to go out and knock on people's doors. Then this, then that. And everything is very serious. There's no rock and roll inside the Kingdom Halls or anything like that. And their group is small, but they've made such an impact on the world, and they're world famous. Everyone, for such a small group, they're very well known. There's fewer of them than Jews. There's less Jehovah's Witnesses than Jews. There's less than half of Jewish people. I mean, last time I checked, Jehovah's Witnesses are 8.5 million. Jews are 20 million. It's and they're just as famous as Jews. Everyone knows who they are. And they've changed laws, actually, and they were persecuted in this country. Jehovah's Witness children couldn't attend public schools because they didn't salute the flag. At the time, saluting the flag was a mandatory thing, and Jehovah's Witnesses changed that law. They also changed conscientious objector laws. Jehovah's Witnesses don't have to go to war. They've done things, and also they destroy society, and that they take you out of the society. You stop saluting the flag. You stop contributing in any kind of large, meaningful way. You become a grocery store clerk when you could have become a physician, and it's not good for society. But look what they've done. Look what they've accomplished. Jehovah's Witnesses in this country who do not vote, who do not get involved in government, have more power than these men in the alt-right do. More power. Mormons have more power in this country.
Yeah, religious groups are the most powerful human groups in the world. That's why people have religion. I don't think they do it for fun. They see, joining groups is part of how we, ascend the scale of society, right? If you want to get to the top, you make sure that you mix with the right people and, have the right views and etc. I mean, that's why Luke converted to Judaism. I mean, very few people really convert for principles alone.
He didn't convert to Orthodox Judaism. It was like conservative Judaism, which is half-assed.
No, it's Orthodox Judaism.
He doesn't dress like an Orthodox Jew.
Well, he calls himself an Orthodox Jew.
No, well, he's not one. He's not one. If he's not, he doesn't dress like one. He doesn't live in an Orthodox community. That Orthodox Jews won't let you convert unless you're near an Orthodox Jewish community.
So you don't drive to shul on the Sabbath. You have to actually walk there.
Yeah, and so he's not an Orthodox Jew, and I don't know why he converted to Judaism. I mean, I don't know why
to reject his father's religion. His father was a Seventh-day Adventist, wasn't he?
Yeah, his father was Seventh-day Adventist, and then he got involved as a porn reporter and all this other kind of stuff, and that happens a lot. These people that who go and get involved in like nasty forms of prostitution, nasty forms of porn. They get all, they go out and they run into these liberal institutions, and then, it doesn't work out so well for them, and then they go become religious. Like, they always, it's like those girls in their 20s when they're young and thin, they want to do OnlyFans, and then when they're 35 and fat and ugly, they get into the Bible. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like, these women, they get into the Bible after they've had their children, after they did all their drugs and all this other kind of stuff. And, he did his drugs, he did his porn, he did everything he wanted to do, and now he can be religious. Just like, what's his name? Roosh. Not LaRouche, not Roosh. What's his name?
Well, the Persian, who's now a Christian, who's now an Orthodox Christian.
Is his name Roosh?
Yes.
Yeah, Roosh, was this big pickup artist, fuck every girl, blah, blah, blah. And now that he's fucked every girl on earth, he's an Orthodox priest or whatever he is now. It's so pathetic. And, everyone can see through it. They say, okay, as soon as you got too old to be a playboy anymore, you switched up your grift, right? You switched up your grift. And,
what does that mean?
He switched up. He switched up what he was peddling in order to remain famous. So he lost all his fame because I don't. Orthodox Christianity is not very fun. It's not. Even Milo has more success than him because Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity is not very vibrant. It's not like they don't have like a strong missionary movement. And they don't have a very expanded culture outside of Eastern Europe. And, outside of Eastern Europe. In America, very few people are Orthodox. Let's see what the percentage of Orthodox Christians is in America. Let's see, it can't be that much. I don't find that many Orthodox churches. What is the percentage of Christian Orthodox in America? Let's say Orthodox. Oh, wait, no, this is... Wait, hold on. Okay, whoa. Okay, I'm looking at this. It's less than 1% in every state. Every single state is less than 1% of the population is Orthodox. So they have no presence outside of America, and they have no presence outside of America, and they're not like vibrant. Also, their churches are very subdued and dark. You know what I mean? It's even darker than Catholicism. Catholicism is even more cheery than the Orthodox, and I've seen those Russian Orthodox priests. They're horrifying. So serious, so like sinister looking. I've been to Russian Orthodox.
It's like I think that people go towards Orthodox Christianity because it's quite exotic and they don't know that much about it, and it's Putin's Christianity. They think, as far as they're concerned, it hasn't yet blotted its own copybook. Without realizing it's like, well, actually the Russians kicked it out during the Russian Revolution.
Actually, there is one state that has 5%, Alaska, but I know that's because Russia used to own Alaska, and there's a lot of Orthodox Russian Christians in Alaska, but that's the only state that has more than 1%. And the numbers, Maine has 303, Florida has 2,020, Kansas has 307. That's nothing. I can't believe it's this low.
Well, I think these, what's the word? Uninformed people who don't understand Western history think that Orthodox Christianity is the one to run to because Catholicism is liberalised after Anglicanism has liberalised, and all the other smaller denominations are not, big enough to, do what they want. I mean, even Nick Griffin, who was the leader of the British National Party, is still pushing Orthodox Christianity on the, British people. He's, I mean, it's so disgusting how clueless they all are. It's like, I mean, the whole point of Christianity was to support the monarch, and in case you haven't noticed, Europe is no longer a continent of Christian monarchs, of Christian kingdoms, and Christendom is a term that has become extinct. And in fact, there was a book published by a Labour MP who was formerly Anglican, who converted to Catholicism, and he wrote a book called The End of Christendom. So he knew, well, he's dead now, but, when he published the book, it came as a surprise to him that Christendom had all but ended. Because if you think of the most powerful Christian kingdoms in Europe, it would be, France until the Revolution, Germany until it lost the war, and Russia until until the Russian Revolution. And so all these powerful Christian kingdoms have gone. And, only decades later does, somebody like Malcolm Muggeridge, who wrote that book, notice. So I guess people are just, the historians are a bit, backward, really. And maybe they don't feel comfortable discussing these things. But actually, there is a book by a theologian called The End of something to do with Christendom. I forget his name now, but he's gay. Yes, and I'm afraid, it was the Americans who kick-started the whole process with their republic. So I guess they're going to blame you guys for hurting Christianity.
People got sick of Christianity because it's not tolerable. And Claire, you act like the Muslim world is so perfect and atheism isn't spreading there either, when it really is.
I'm not saying Muslims are perfect. I'm just saying that they're the ones who are most in touch with their religious principles, because the Quran is easy to understand, and actually the book is meant to be made easy for people to adopt into their legislation, unlike the New Testament. And as for the Torah, it's only meant for Jews, and the Jews are finding it too hard to do. So it's not hard to work out which is the obvious one to pick if you want a bit of social conservatism, which is what Ulrich was saying he wanted. Yeah, because he has children and grandchildren, and he's worried about their future. And it seems that you are a bit worried about the future of the white race.
Yes, of course I am, but I have a different perspective on this. And
is your evil idea intended to help white people?
Yes, of course it is.
By abolishing white women?
Well, once we have artificial wombs or humanized animal wombs, then yes, but not before that.
Have you heard of the word hesychasm, which I see being posted in the chat? Have you? It's a new word for me.
No, I haven't heard that word.
Apparently it's a contemplative monastic tradition in the Eastern Christian traditions of the Eastern Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox Church, in which stillness is sought through uninterrupted Jesus prayer. It sounds like a vow of silence. That would kill you, wouldn't it?
Well, I
having
don't,
a
well, even when I was a Hindu, I wasn't very into meditation.
I think it's a waste of time. You might as well pray to God. I mean, and even if God doesn't exist, you're at least reminding yourself that about what it is you want and kind of bargaining with God. And maybe focusing your mind on getting this thing that you say you want. So that prayer has therapeutic purposes, even if you don't actually believe in God.
Claire, can you talk for about 2 minutes? I just need to eat.
Okay.
Well, she just dipped out. Somebody was
No,
talking to
no, no, I'm
her.
here. I'm going to talk now. Well, I've just read Hesse Chasm. I could. I'll just continue reading. That would be easier. Hesse Chasm derives from the word Hesychia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, meaning stillness, rest, quiet, silence. With the purpose of keeping stillness. So, the people like the idea of, a retreat, Buddhists kind of sell the idea of, people do. I mean, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, the idea of a retreat to, for people to go on holiday, and then I'm reminded of, holiday comes from the word holy day. And the idea that the idea of the Sabbath, and I guess prayer time is me time, and I guess we kind of need time to stand and stare. And Jews have a different way of doing it, and Muslims also have their weekend, which begins on Friday afternoon. So that, but they're not required to take Saturday or Sunday off, and that I think is useful. You can have all these people who want to keep the Sabbath, who don't want to keep the Sabbath, and it's useful if they live together. So at least somebody is doing some work while you're observing the Sabbath, or whatever it is if you're keeping your holy day. But I think we've had a very constructive discussion. But the same old problems are being repeated. Carol doesn't understand that when I go on about the Noahide laws, it is not for the purpose of submitting Gentiles to rule by rabbi. All I want our rabbis to do is just rank the four Gentile religions according to their conformity with the Noahide laws, and that is all that is required. We won't be consulting them on anything after that, and then they can just go back to doing whatever they want, and we won't consult them. Using under Sharia, there's no need for Gentiles to consult with Jews. So I'm trying to remember what else is mentioned. But what I hope is people in their different religious groups will take an interest in theology in the way that I am promoting it. A particular narrative that calls on collective repentance in Jews, Christians, and Muslims so that World War III may be averted. And those of you who don't believe in God, you could spend your time asking Jews, Christians, and Muslims, whether they've done what they were supposed to do and whether they are cursed by God. I mean, you can have fun even if you don't believe, and this is what I urge you to do. So I hope that will be done, which is a really good way of widening the discussion and starting a national conversation on whether your particular Western country needs an official religion. I'm saying that the Americans need an official religion because if they don't have one, Congress has the power of an absolute monarch over ordinary American citizens. And we know that recently Congress has passed all kinds of crazy laws that are against the American Constitution or any understanding of the words of the Constitution or their holy books, particularly the laws legalizing gay marriage, and it's for this reason that America needs an official religion. Otherwise, it will be full of cults such as Mormonism, which Vincent has agreed is a made-up religion that keeps changing. I mean, the Southern Baptists is the same thing. The Southern Baptists used to be quite racist, and they've stopped being racist because they had to submit to the prevailing U.S. legislation, and it's for these reasons that we have to be mindful of made-up religions that can be changed by mortal and fallible men. Islam has a well-established tradition of the Hafiz, who are people who learn the Quran by heart to get round the problem of evil dictators calling themselves Muslim who want to redact the Quran. And so you will find that the ways of keeping the integrity of Islam is more developed in Islam than in any other religion. I just recommend Islam because, you know, it's just about doable, even if you hate the idea. It's Judaism, if you want to take it literally, that is so hard to follow, which explains why Jews have over the centuries diluted their principles, thinking it was a clever thing to do, and thinking, you know, what do you expect us to do? We don't want to be kicked out by the Christians again and be forced to live in Israel, which is full of Jews and Arabs who want to kill us. So, you know, at some practical level, you can have some sympathy with that viewpoint, but they have to admit now what they have been doing instead of pretending that, you know, they were so wonderful and interpreted their religion so correctly. And it would also help if people accepted me as the Messiah substitute, to tell Jews, Christians and Muslims to not bother waiting around for the Messiah and just listen to me. And what's in it for you? Well, you can boast that you have met the Messiah substitute and perhaps raise your status in that way by promoting me and my ideas as well as reading my books. Well, no, just one book. I may write others about the Trinity. I've already explained the mystery of the Trinity, which is pretty clever of me considering nobody else has solved the mystery of the Trinity apart from me, or understood Western history properly, to be able to remind Westerners not to, you know, go back to the folly of Christianity the way a dog returns to his vomit. Because surely Westerners do not want to be burnt at the stake for heresy again. That would be so retarded to go back to the time when Europeans were routinely burnt at the stake for questioning the Trinity. And so I think Westerners can just incorporate all that has happened to them in the past, including Constantine and the Christianization of Rome and Europe, and learn from their mistakes and adopt secular Quranism, which will eventually become Islam once you become a Muslim majority country. And it's no bad thing. I think we should be grateful that there are solutions to hand. And if it's sold in that way, I think it will be more acceptable, particularly if it's sold by even the morons and vegetables in the chat, if they can bring themselves to repeat my ideas and discuss it with others, it could have a snowball effect, and there may be benefits and blessings perhaps for them if they do the right thing.
Actually, I was just watching, I was doing some more research on Orthodox, and the Orthodox are the only branch of Christianity that is decreasing. From 1910 to 2010, Orthodox made up 20% of Christians in 1910, and in 2010 they were only 12%.
Sorry, did you say the number of Orthodox Christians that have gone up or gone down?
Down. They went down significantly. It went down. They were never a big portion of it, but it went down. So
where in North America?
In the world. In the world. And they have very little. They have very little presence outside of Europe.
Yeah, and going to a different church on the Sunday is not going to help Christians. Because, Christians are all collectively, cursed by God for their idolatry. And even if they weren't, nobody's going to suddenly adopt Christianity and, turn back time and, go back to the times of absolute monarchs who burnt heretics at the stake. It's not going to work. And if all these Westerners want is, social conservatism, Islam is the milder, more, what's the word? The one that will allow more freedom of belief and expression. So that's the one they should choose. Just for practical reasons. I'm not even asking people to believe in God. Just to, accept that you need a book of rules to protect yourselves from your corrupt and incompetent leaders, as well as your criminal classes. You need people to know that they're not supposed to kill, steal, and rape, and you need the law to properly punish murderers and robbers and rapists. So you need a religion that properly punishes bad people.
Okay, Claire, I'm going to go. We've been on for 4 hours, so I'm going to get going.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, and I'll give Nareesh his I'll pass on the email.
Email me Nareesh's email.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.